Hey everyone, this is Karl Marx, 1864 to 1872, which is a chapter from Maximilien Rubel and Margaret Manale's Marx Without Myth, a chronological study of his life and work. First section, 1864. Marx was laid up in Salzbammel with furuncles and carbuncles until February 19th, 1864. At times he was able neither to walk, to stand, nor sit, quote, and even lying down is getting to be damn difficult, end quote. He wrote to Engels in his discomfort, asking for news from Manchester, quote, "It cheers me up just to see your handwriting, and don't forget to enclose your photograph. I promised it to my cousin, and how is she supposed to believe in our Orestes Pylades friendship if I can't even get you to send a photo?" End quote. January 20th, 1864. He finally returned to London on February 24th, traveling via Amsterdam and Rotterdam, where he also visited relatives and immediately wrote to thank his uncle Phillips for, quote, "one of the happiest episodes of my life," end quote, despite the carbuncles and furuncles. April 20th, 1864. February 20th, 1864. His illness gave him little respite until April, however, plagued by, quote, "new and unexpected furuncles breaking through at different parts of the body," end quote. He went to Manchester for a fortnight's stay with Engels. Letter to Engels, March 11th, 1864. Sometime in March he received an inheritance from his deceased mother, which enabled the family to move into more comfortable quarters still in Maitland Park in northwest London. While convalescing in London, Marx continued to correspond with his uncle, in particular in world politics. Despite the open signs of serious conflict, he hoped that peace would continue. Quote, "For every war puts off the revolution in France. May God strike me dumb if there be anything more stupid than this political chessboard," end quote. March 29th, 1864. He reported to Phillips on his renewed readings at the British Museum Library, Boetius's De Arithmetica, which deals with the arithmetical system of the Romans and spoke of the difficulties of division among the Roman characters. He also commented on the darkness in the universe according to the theory of light, concluding humorously, quote, "The good Epicurus had a very reasonable inspiration to banish the gods into the intermundia, i.e. the empty spaces of the world, and in fact, here, in these cold, unmoved, pitch-black, quote, immaterial world spaces," end quote, is the place for R. Ruud Huytsen's, quote, "perfect beasts," end quote. End quote. Marx, April 14th, 1864. From Manchester, Engels reported that their friend Wilhelm Wolff was suffering from increasingly severe headaches, which the doctor diagnosed as, quote, rheumatic, and from unrelenting insomnia. Engels finally consulted another doctor who discovered, quote, lupus's illness to be meningitis. The patient grows worse, and Marx, scarcely recovered from his furunculosis, went to Manchester, where he tended his sick friend until his death on May 9th. Marx was among those who spoke at Lupus's funeral, a task which, quote, affected me so much, end quote. He wrote Jenny, quote, that I lost my voice a couple of times, ... I don't think that anyone in Manchester was as well liked as our poor little guy, ... In his letters I found the warmest expressions of sympathy from all sides, from schoolgirls and schoolboys, and especially their mothers, end quote. May 13th, 1864. In Wolff's will, Marx was left the respectable sum of £800, which, together with the maternal inheritance, helped the Marx family live for the first time without great financial worries and debts. However, Marx's health had already been undermined by the years of privation, so that, quote, "despite everything that people say about my healthy appearance, I still have the continuous feeling that something is wrong. And part of the feeling of inadequacy is caused by the great determination which I must summon up in order to work on more difficult topics," end quote. March 26, 1864. Despite his illness, Marx recommenced work on the final manuscript of Capital. In April, he read Herr Bastiat Schulze's ... So he read Herr Bastiat Schulze ... or Capital and Labor, which he had recently received from its author, Lassalle. The ideas expressed there seemed uncannily familiar, even to the wording. Then in early June, quote, I glanced just by chance into my series of articles on wage labor and capital, published in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, ... There I found Lassalle's direct source. As a special gesture of friendship, I'm going to have the whole lot from the Neue Rheinische Zeitung appended in a note to my book on false pretenses, naturally, and without any reference to Lassalle, end quote. June 3rd, 1864. At this time in Berlin, Liebknecht entertained close personal contact with Lassalle through his activity in the Lassallean ADAV. In a regular exchange of letters, Liebknecht kept Marx and Engels informed on the party in Germany, while Marx advised on tactical proceedings vis-a-vis Lassalle. Quote, I explained to him that while we consider it good politics to let Lassalle go his own way undisturbed for the present, we cannot identify ourselves with Lassalle in any way. ... Liebknecht's uninterrupted stay in Berlin is very important for us. Marx to Engels, June 7, 1864. Toward mid-June, Marx's health again deteriorated to the point where he was forced to abandon temporarily his writing on, quote, economics. Instead, he studied anatomy and physiology. Carpenter, Lord, Kuliker, Spurzheim, Schwann, Schleiden, following in the footsteps of Engels, to whom he wrote, quote, you know that, 1. I am slow in getting on to everything, and 2. I always follow in your tracks. Thus it is probable that I shall study a lot of anatomy and physiology in my spare time and also attend lectures where the stuff is demonstrated and dissected ad oculis. End quote. July 4th, 1864. The Schleswig-Holstein question recurred frequently in the letters between Marx and Engels during this summer. Marx saw Prussia's conflict with Denmark as advantageous for Russia insofar as it diverted Europe's attention from the Russian maneuvers in Poland and the Caucasus. Quote, I consider these two affairs, the suppression of the Polish insurrection and the occupation of the Caucasus, as the two most important European events since 1815, end quote. Marx to Engels, June 7, 1864. The two friends also corresponded on the Civil War in America, on the prospect of Lincoln's re-election in November. Marx seconded Engels' view that Lincoln's chances were high, remarked, however, on a note of caution that, quote, in the country which is the prototype of democratic humbug, the electoral period is full of contingencies which can most unexpectedly contradict the rationale of the events, end quote. September 7th, 1864. On September 2nd, 1864, Marx received news that Ferdinand Lassalle had been killed in a duel with a, quote, pseudo-prince, end quote, for the hand of a Bavarian emissary's daughter, quote, one of the many tactless deeds he did during his lifetime, end quote. Marx remarked to Engels, September 7, 1864, for he considered Lassalle to have been too good to die in such a way. He was one of their own, quote, an enemy of our enemies, end quote. Marx to Jenny Marx, September 2nd, 1864. Marx wrote a letter of condolence to the Countess Hatzfeldt on September 12, 1864, mentioning the rupture in their friendship as due to deeper reasons than Lassalle's protracted silence on his own illness. Lassalle, quote, was one of the men whom I held a lot of, end quote, he told the Countess. She should take courage in the fact that, quote, he died young in triumph like Achilles, end quote. Shortly thereafter, Liebknecht informed Marx that he had been proposed as Lassalle's successor in the ADAV. Marx gave Liebknecht to understand that under certain conditions he would possibly be willing to accept the chair. Oh, so wait, is it Marx that would be the successor? I think it is. Okay. I thought when I was reading it at first, I was like, "Oh, is Liebknecht being offered the chair?" But it sounds like Marx is. Anyway, new section. The founding of the First International. In September, a young French immigrant, Les Lubitz, invited Marx to participate in the representative from Germany at an international workingmen's meeting to be held that month in St. Martin's Hall. Marx sent Icarius in his place, but after receiving a second invitation from the joiner William Kremer, finally decided to attend as a spectator. At this meeting, it was decided to found an international association of working men, the goal of which was stated as, quote, the social equality of working men, end quote, September 28, 1864. Marx and Icarius were designated as members of a provisional committee charged with editing the statutes and preamble for the association. In a letter to Joseph Weidemeyer in America, Marx explained why he had decided to participate. Quote, its English members consist mostly of the heads of the local trade unions, that is, the local actual labor kings of London, ... From the French side, the members are themselves insignificant, but they are the direct organs of the leading ouvriers in Paris. Leading ouvrier in Paris. Or ouvrier, I guess is how you say it. Although for years I have systematically declined all participation in any, quote, organizations, end quote, etc. whatsoever, I accept it this time because it involved a matter where it is possible to do some important work, end quote. November 29, 1864. While the election of Lassalle's successor in the ADAV was still pending, Marx, who had eliminated himself as a candidate, through his new loyalty to the International, commented on the two possible nominees, Moses Hess and Bernhard Becker, saying, quote, ... It is all the same which of the two you choose, for at the decisive moment the men who are needed will turn up, end quote. Letter to Karl Klings, October 4th, 1864. Neither would in any case be capable of guiding an important movement. At the first meeting of the committee on October 5, 1864, Marx was among a group of 9 selected to a subcommittee with the specific task of drawing up the platform of principles. However, a new attack of furunculosis prevented Marx from attending either the subcommittee meeting of October 8, 1864, or the next meeting of the General Committee on October 12, 1864, at which it was voted to adopt the name, quote, International Working Men's Association. Icarius subsequently informed Marx that his absence had been conspicuous and was variously interpreted. Quote, it is absolutely essential, end quote, Icarius added, quote, that you set the seal of your exact and profound mind on this, the firstborn offspring of the European Working Men's Organization, end quote. October 12, 1864. In Marx's absence, John Weston had been charged with editing the Declaration of Principles. Major Wolff, Wolff, with the rules, I guess it's Wolff, Major Wolff with the rules, and both papers had been referred back to subcommittee for reworking. The subcommittee's secretary, Kremer, wrote to Marx on October 13th that they hoped to be able to see Marx at the next session. On October 18th, Marx was present at a meeting of the committee, which now adopted the title, quote, Central Council, end quote, changed to, quote, General Council, end quote, in November 1866, where the, quote, substance, end quote, of a program and rules led by Lubitz was accepted, and then referred back to subcommittee again for a final revision. Shortly thereafter, Marx met several members of the Central Council at his home to discuss the documents in question. It was agreed that he should elaborate the text in a way suitable for final presentation to the Council. In a later letter to Engels on November 4th, 1864, Marx explained what happened with the text he had been given. The preamble by Lubitz was, quote, badly written, completely immature and full of atrocious phraseology, end quote. And so, to gain free hand and justify his changes, Marx wrote an address, quote, a sort of review of the adventures of the working class since 1845, end quote. Then, under the pretext of having already incorporated the essential facts into the address, he threw out the Declaration of Principles written by Weston and reduced the rules from 40 to 10. All in all, quote, it was very difficult to keep the thing in a form which made our views acceptable at the present stage of the labor movement. Time is needed before the movement now revived will permit the old vigor of language, end quote. November 4th, 1864. To the extent that politics was touched upon in the address, Marx pointed out he spoke of countries and not nationalities, and denounced Russia and not the, quote, minoris gentium, end quote. On November 1st, 1864, Both the address and the statutes were read before the Central Council, and with a few insignificant changes in wording were adopted unanimously. The Council thanked Marx, Lubitz, and Weston for their, quote, exertions in production of so admirable an address, end quote. Both it and the statutes appeared in pamphlet form in London on November 24th. The inaugural address speaks of the, quote, social pest called a commercial and industrial crisis, end quote, of the ever-growing poverty of the masses in contrast to the wealth and property concentrated in the hands of a few. Progress in technology and trade would never alleviate the evils of the industrial system and the misery of the working masses, but rather, quote, on the present false base, every fresh development of the productive powers of labor must tend to deepen social contrast and point up social antagonisms, end quote. Marx, Engels, Selected Works, anyway. We are reminded of the victories of the working class in England, the, quote, compensating features, end quote, for the defeat of the 1848 revolutions. The 10-hour bill had been a victory of working class principles as opposed to the interests of the factory owners. The cooperative movement has shown, quote, by deed instead of by arrangement, end quote, that large-scale production is possible without the class divisions and monopolies. Quote, like slave labor, like serf labor, hired labor is but a transitory and inferior form destined to disappear before associated labor, end quote. Marx, 1864. The address proposes that cooperative labor be introduced on a national scale in order to counter effectively the growth of monopolies. It stresses that the potential success of the working class lies in its numbers, quote, but numbers weigh only in the balance, if united by combination and led by knowledge, end quote. Marx, 1864. The provisional rules of the association begin with the basic tenet proclaiming, quote, that the emancipation of the working class must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties and the abolition of all class rule, end quote. Informed at length about the founding of the International Workingmen's Association, Engels commented that it was certainly important for them to have contact with men who represented the working class. Yet he was skeptical about the group's future, expecting it to break up very soon into its theoretically bourgeois and theoretically proletariat elements, just as soon as the issues had been more clearly defined, end quote. November 7th, 1864. During these active days of the founding, Marx met Mikhail Bakunin for the first time in 16 years and was pleased to find that the Russian was one of the rare men who had, quote, advanced and not regressed, end quote, in the long interval. Marx to Engels, November 4th, 1864. In Germany, meanwhile, Becker had been named president of the ADAV in accordance with Lassalle's will. Liebknecht informed Marx as well that the ADAV was planning to start a newspaper, the Social Democrat, with Liebknecht and Hofstetten as editors, and that his and Engels' participation would be welcome. Letter to Marx, November 4th, 1864. Marx accepted this offer to them both and referred to his reply to the principles set down in the paper's prospectus. Solidarity of popular interest, a united People's Republic of Germany, abolition of the rule of capital. At a Central Council meeting on November 22nd, Marx moved that they invited various workingmen's groups to stand for membership in the International Workingmen's Association. The council appointed Marx to write an address congratulating Abraham Lincoln on his recent re-election. Marx found this task more difficult than something, quote, with contents, end quote, since the problem here was to make it, quote, stand off from ordinary democratic phraseology, end quote. To Engels, December 7th, 1864. This address, which was presented to the Central Council on November 29th, 1864, and adopted by a unanimous vote, interpreted Lincoln's re-election as a triumph which meant death to the slavery interest and would introduce a new era of ascendancy for labor. Quote, the working men of Europe feel sure that as the American War of Independence initiated a new era of ascendancy for the middle class, so the American anti-slavery war will do for the working classes, end quote. Marx. Marx sent copies of the International Workingmen's Association documents, the addresses and statutes to friends and family in America and Europe, to Ernest Jones, Dr. Kugelman, Michel, Tolaine, Bakunin, and instructed the latter to pass copies on to Garibaldi in Italy. Or Geribaldi. It's probably Geribaldi. I don't know. In December, the Social Democrat published its first specimen issues containing a German translation of the International Working Men Association's inaugural address. Marx was interested in seeing the ADAV and other German associations for the working class adhere to the International Working Men's Association, and wrote, therefore, to Karl Zebel about the importance of those ties between Germany and the Central Council in London. Quote, "You understand that we only need the adherence of the Allgemeiner Deutscher Arbeiterverein for the beginning here in face of our adversaries. Later on, the whole establishment of that organ will have to be demolished because its foundations are wrong." End quote. December 22nd, 1864. Marx also warned Liebknecht about the definite, quote, Lassalle cult, end quote, which the Social Democrats seemed to follow in its first numbers. While Marx had been writing the Lincoln Address for the association, the journalist Peter Fox had assumed charge of a similar address in support of the Polish insurgents. Fox, who like many other English Democrats had a, quote, fanatical, quote, love, end quote, for France, end quote, according to Marx, closed his address by, quote, consoling the Poles with the passionate friendship of the English working classes for the French Democrats, end quote. Marx to Engels, December 10, 1864. In a subcommittee session, Marx sharply criticized John Fox's Francomania and pointed out that France's treason against Poland had a long history. The address in question was adopted on condition that the conclusion was changed in accordance with Marx's remarks. When the address was then presented to the Central Council on December 13, 1864, a lengthy debate ensued, and the matter was deferred until the next session. Referring to Peter Fox, Jesus Christ, did I say John Fox? Or it's Peter Fox. Referring to Peter Fox, Marx remarked in a letter to Engels, quote, "Easy as it is, however, to accomplish the rational when dealing with the English working man, one must in equal measure be on one's guard as soon as the intellectuals, bourgeois or bogus intellectuals, or the bogus intellectuals, participate in the movement," end quote. December 10th, 1864. 1865, new section. During this year, Marx was an active participant in the Central Council meetings, except for 3 weeks in July and August when he retired, on the pretext of travel, into his study to work on the manuscript of Capital. On January 30th, the Hamburg publisher Meissner agreed to publish the, quote, Economics, and Marx received his contract on March 23rd, 1865, according to which... Sorry, I need to fucking repeat all this. During this year, 1865, Marx was an active participant in the Central Council meetings, except for 3 weeks in July and August 1865, when Marx retired, on the pretext of travel, into his study to work on the manuscript of Capital. On January 30th, 1865, the Hamburg publisher, Meissner, agreed to publish the, quote, Economics, and Marx received his contract on March 23rd, 1865, according to which he was obliged to deliver the 800-page text before the end of May. At the January 3rd Central Council meeting, Marx presented the German translation of the inaugural address and the statutes, stating that 50,000 copies had been distributed in Germany. The issue of Fox's Poland address was taken up again. Marx, quote, in a very able historical resume, argued that the traditional foreign policy of France had not been favorable to the restoration and independence of Poland, end quote. The council voted that the address should be amended, quote, to accord with the truths of history, end quote. Minutes, January 3rd, 1865. On January 23rd, 1865, an invitation was read to the council from a group of bourgeois radicals, inviting them to join a mass meeting to be held in support of universal suffrage and electoral reform. Knowing the connections between the International Working Men's Association and the British trade unions, the group had appealed to the council for aid in organizing this meeting. Marx moved that a delegation be sent strictly in the role of observers and that it be authorized to support the reformers under two conditions, quote, if, in the first place, manhood suffrage is directly and openly proclaimed in their program, and, in the second, if people elected by us are placed on the regular committee so that they can watch the fellows and can compromise them when they commit a fresh act of treachery, which, as I made clear to all, is bound to occur, end quote. To Engels, February 1st, 1865. The Council heard on January 31st, 1865, the answer of the American ambassador, Charles Francis Adams, to the International Working Men's Association's address to Lincoln. Adams' message, quote, the first answer, which is more than strictly formal on the part of the old fellow, end quote. Marx to Engels, February 1st, declared that, quote, the United States regard their cause in the present conflict with slavery maintaining insurgents as the cause of human nature, and they derive new encouragement to persevere from the testimony of the working men of Europe that the national attitude is favored with their enlightened approval and earnest sympathies. Minutes, end quote, minutes, January 31st, 1864. On the request of Liebknecht and J.B. von Schweitzer, Marx wrote a memorial tribute to Proudhon in the form of a letter to Schweitzer that appeared in the Social Democrat on February 1st, 3rd, and 5th. The letter contained, in Marx's estimation, quote, some very bitter blows, apparently meant for Proudhon, end quote, but in fact directed against the ADAV's own founder, Lassalle. Like the latter, Proudhon had a, quote, petite bourgeois point of view, end quote, and never advanced beyond sophistry in trying to use the dialectical method. To use the dialectic method. Quote, he never really grasped scientific dialectics, end quote. His best writing, once praised by Marx as a monumental work, Qu'est-ce que la propriété, what is property, of 1840, was based on a falsely posed question. Quote, the question of what this is could only be answered by a critical analysis of, quote, political economy, end quote, embracing these property relations as a whole in their real form, that is, as relations of production, end quote. Marx, 1865. Instead, Proudhon had taken economic categories to be, quote, eternal ideas, end quote, and therefore never superseded bourgeois economy nor understood that science, as a solution to the social question, must be derived, quote, from a critical knowledge of the historical movement, a movement which itself produces the material conditions of emancipation. A movement which itself produces the material conditions of emancipation, end quote. Yet Proudhon was for Marx, quote, epoch-making after Hegel, end quote, for it was he who had made a certain critique of society, emphasizing points that, quote, Christian consciousness, end quote, preferred to overlook, and that Hegel had, quote, left in mystic semi-obscurity, end quote. Although Proudhon was frequently compared with Rousseau, Marx judged his talent to approach that of the French historian Nicolas Linguet, whose work Marx termed, quote, brilliant. Despite his talent, Proudhon remained a, quote, living contradiction, end quote. In morals, in everything, and governed by vanity, here the implicit reference to Lassalle is especially sharp, became a charlatan in science, an accommodator in politics, quote, and the only question for him, as for all vain people, is the success of the moment, the sensation of the day, end quote. A letter received from Liebknecht at the end of January confirmed the worst of the suspicions which Marx and Engels had entertained against Lassalle. Working in league with Bismarck, the ADAV founder had wanted to become, in Marx's words, quote, the Richelieu of the proletariat, end quote, by selling out the working men's party to the Prussian government. I'm not sure who Richelieu is. Is Richelieu like the priest in the ear of like the, what's it, Louis the 14th? Or something like that? I don't fucking know. As a result, Marx resolved, quote, not to hesitate in intimating with sufficient clarity in the preface to my book that he was nothing but a blind imitator and a plagiarist, end quote. To Engels, January 30th, 1865. Marx also took the field against the inheritors of the pro-Bismarck policy in the ADAV and its Lassalle cult, quote Lassalle cult. While Liebknecht was agitating among the Berlin compositors for the repeal of anti-coalition laws in Prussia, the ADAV paradoxically took a stand against the coalition movement. Marx thereupon wrote to Schweitzer, pointing out that coalition rights and trade unions were of great importance not only, quote, for the open organization of the working class against the bourgeoisie, but in Prussia and in Germany in general, the right of coalition is a means to break police rule and bureaucracy, a measure, in short, to make the, quote, subjects, end quote, come of age, end quote. February 13th, 1865. Naturally, the Prussian state would not tolerate coalitions because they interfered too forcibly with, quote, police rule, feudal order, Gesindeordnung, quote, or bracket, servants' regulations, end bracket, and bureaucratic tutelage of every sort whatsoever, end quote. Contrarily, the Prussian government was willing to support the cooperative movement on a small scale in order, quote, to bribe a part of the working class and emasculate the movement, end quote. Such measures had been interpreted by Lassalle as proof of the, quote, socialist, end quote, attitudes and orientation of Bismarck. Marx closed his letter with the unequivocal challenge, quote, the working class is revolutionary, or it is nothing, end quote. Slanderous attacks in the Social Democrat, or the Social Democrat, which accused French members of the IWA of supporting Bonaparte and his cousin, quote, Plan, end quote, obliged Marx to send the paper a declaration on February 8th that he hoped would clear the air and, quote, sweep the party clean of the remaining Lassalle stink, end quote. Letter to Engels, February 3rd, 1865. This declaration stated clearly that, quote, the Paris proletariat opposes Bonapartism in both its forms, that of the Tuileries, Napoleon III, and that of the Palais Royal, Plan, and has never thought for an instant of selling its historic right of primogeniture, as bearer of the revolution for a plate of lentils. We recommend this example to the working men of Germany. Draft. See letter to Engels, February 6, 1865. In a lengthy letter to Kugelmann on February 23rd, Marx explained the reasons which had now led to an open break between the Social Democrat and himself and Engels, retracing his relations with Lassalle and J.B. von Schweitzer. While Lassalle had always purported to support the party which Marx represented, he soon recognized the fact that the latter would never lend himself to Prussian, quote, state socialism, end quote, or sanction Lassallean political tactics. He therefore decided to set himself up as a, quote, working man's dictator, end quote, in opposition to Marx and the old party, which he betrayed through his commitment to Bismarck. Lassalle's behavior was characteristic of a realpolitiker, bracket, realist politician, end bracket. He thought that as the leader of the proletarian movement he could make compromises with the Prussian reactionaries, such as the bourgeoisie had permitted itself to make. Seduced by the idea of realizing a project for the benefit of the working class, i.e. universal suffrage, Lassalle shook hands with Bismarck in the interests of the proletariat, while the proletariat itself, compromised by the realpolitik of the bourgeoisie since 1848, exploded in cheers for this charlatan redeemer. Sorry, something crawling on me. Where the hell am I? Exploded in cheers for this charlatan redeemer who promised to help them with a leap into the promised land, end quote. As for Schweitzer, Marx did not doubt the sincerity of his intentions, but since he too was a realpolitiker, he was willing to accept the given circumstances and avoided provoking the government. It was therefore inevitable that Marx, who was no real politiker, would be obliged to end his collaboration with such men. Moreover, he added, quote, I prefer a hundredfold to agitate here through the, quote, international association, end quote. The influence on the English proletariat is direct and of the greatest importance. Now we stir the question of universal suffrage, which naturally has an entirely different meaning here than in Prussia. End quote. February 23rd, 1865. I'm just waking up, I'm out of it. The International Workingmen's Association was making unexpectedly fine progress both in England and on the continent, Marx noted, and its only real competition was offered by the Lassallians in Germany. On March 3rd, in the Sozialdemokrat, a notice appeared signed by Marx and Engels which declared their unrelenting opposition to the liberals and to the, quote, ministry and feudal absolutist party, end quote. Moreover, they announced the impossibility of collaborating with an organ such as the Sozialdemokrat, which formed an alliance with, quote, Royal Prussian State Socialism, end quote. A lengthy article which Engels had intended to publish in the Sozialdemokrat was put out by Meissner in Hamburg on March 7, 1865, under the title Die Preußische Militärfrage und die Deutsche Arbeiterpartei. I think that's the Prussian military question and the German Workers' Party. During its composition, Marx had suggested a number of changes, remarking, for example, that the 1848-49 movement had failed not because the citizens were opposed to universal suffrage, as Engels had written, but because they, quote, preferred at that time tranquility with servitude as opposed to the mere prospect of a fight accompanied by freedom, end quote. February 11th, 1865. This writing, which Marx had originally encouraged Engels to undertake, attributes the cowardliness of the German bourgeoisie in political affairs to the feudal remnants of a not yet fully industrialized country. In Germany, therefore, the struggles against feudal powers and against bureaucratic reactionism are inseparable, and in turn, the two are intimately linked with the, quote, fight for the intellectual and political emancipation of the rural proletariat, end quote. Engels warned the proletariat to beware of the, quote, traps which the government had set against the country's progressive elements, and emphasized that the fight of the bourgeoisie for liberal rights concerned them as well. Quote, for without freedom of the press and the right of association and union, no labor movement is possible, end quote. The bourgeoisie cannot win its own political supremacy without giving the proletariat the weapons it needs for its own victory. Armed with freedom of the press, quote, it will conquer universal suffrage. With direct universal suffrage, together with the other means of agitation, it will conquer all the rest, end quote. The International Workingmen's Association had in the meantime succeeded in gaining a controlling hand in the newly formed Reform League, whose immediate goal, universal suffrage, was the key to the progress of the workingmen's movement. On February 25th, Marx announced to Engels that the International Workingmen's Association had managed to place its members in the League's executive committee. Marx himself participated actively in the construction of this group and frequently met with Chartist leader and reformer Ernest Jones. As a leading figure in the IWA, Marx now found himself exposed to attack from many sides and was often forced to reply publicly to slanderous accusations. Bernhard Becker, for example, accused Marx of entertaining relations with the spy Banya and of inciting the Countess Hatzfeldt against the ADAV. Marx's refutation, entitled, quote, The President of Humanity, end quote, appeared in the Berlin journal Reform on April 13th. On March 1st, at a commemorative meeting for Poland, the International Workingmen's Association proclaimed, in a statement inspired by Marx, that the integrity and independence of Poland was an indispensable condition for a democratic Europe. As long as this condition had not been met, all revolutionary triumphs on the continent would be ephemeral preludes to long, renewed periods of oppression and counter-revolution. Quote, in addition to my work on the book, end quote, Marx wrote Engels on March 13th, 1865, quote, the International Association takes up an enormous amount of my time, since in fact I am head of the whole business, end quote. While Marx was absent for 3 weeks in March and April 1865, visiting his Dutch relatives, John Weston proposed to the council a debate on the following subjects. 1. that the working men's condition would not be improved by higher wages, and 2, that trade unions must consequently be considered to have a prejudicial effect on other sections of industry. Minutes, April 4th, 1865. The debate was delayed until Marx's return, and he subsequently decided to prepare a lecture which would explain his ideas more precisely to the whole organization. At a CC meeting on April 25th, 1865, Marx wrote a letter from Liebknecht in Leipzig reporting on his agitation among the compositors and the resulting strike for higher wages. In the name of the Berlin Compositors Union, Liebknecht solicited the support of the Central Committee and of the London compositors. Pleased with the success of the Reform League and the IWA, Marx noted in a letter to Engels that the latter had baffled all the bourgeois attempts to lead the Reform League astray, and predicted, quote, "If this re-electrification of the political movement of the English working class succeeds, our association will have achieved more for the European working class without making any loss than possible in any other way," end quote. May 1st, 1865. Following the assassination of President Lincoln, Marx was charged with composing an address to the new head of state, Andrew Johnson. In this address, which was presented to and adopted by the CC on May 13th, the IWA called upon Johnson to continue Lincoln's work, which had initiated a new era of the emancipation of labor, of political reconstruction and social regeneration, and characterized the, quote, "great and good," end quote, Lincoln as, quote, "one of the rare men who succeed in becoming great without ceasing to be good," end quote. While preparing his answer to the Owenite John Weston, Marx announced Engels' intention to present 2 main points. 1, that labor wages determine the value of commodities, and 2, therefore prices rise proportionally to rises in wages. Quote, "It's not easy to analyze all the economic questions which arise in this connection when dealing with those who know nothing. You can't compress a course in political economy into 1 hour, but we shall do our best," end quote. Marx, May 20th, 1865. The 2 sessions of the short course on, quote, "wages, price, and profit," end quote, took place in council on June 20th and 27th. In these lectures, Marx exposed in summary form his theories on capital, beginning in the reverse order of their presentation in the books of Capital, with the real determination of wages and prices on the world markets. Refuting Weston's thesis that higher wages only meant higher prices, he explained how the market functions to create an increase in supply in order to cope with the increase in consumer demand stimulated by higher wages. He pointed out that the interplay of supply and demand regulates only temporary price fluctuations and says nothing about the actual value of the commodities. What these values are and how they are determined are questions which cannot be answered by market analysis, but only by inquiring into the value of labor itself. At this point, Marx began to explicate the abstract determination of value, just as he had presented it in his earlier manuscripts on labor and value, Grundrisse and Zur Kritik, and would later do in Book 1 of Capital as well. Marx remarked that one of the first men to hit upon the true nature of value was the American Benjamin Franklin, who in 1729 perceived that the relative values of commodities are determined by the respective quantities of labor realized in them under certain average production conditions in a given social system. The greater the amount of labor invested in a product, the higher the product's value. Conversely, the higher the productive power of labor, thanks to the aid of machines, etc., the lower the value of the commodities produced. Labor is therefore the actual determinant of value, whereas, quote, "the market price expresses only the average amount of social labor necessary under the average conditions of production to supply the market with a certain mass of a certain article," end quote. How, then, are profits realized? Goods are sold at their real value, i.e. the value of the labor invested in them, but part of this labor is unpaid labor, or, quote, surplus labor invested in the commodities by the working man and realized by the capitalist through the sale. This is possible because the capitalist buys labor power from the worker for a certain fixed period of time, whereby the value of this labor power in turn is also determined by the quantity of labor necessary to maintain and reproduce it. Its use, however, is limited only by the individual's physical capacities. The capitalist, who is paid for the commodity value of the laboring power, has the right to its use value as a productive force. In this exchange, it is evidently the capitalist who benefits, for he realizes the surplus value contained in the commodities, while paying only for the labor power of a commodity. Following this brief sketch of the mechanisms of the economic system in which they lived, Marx commented to the working men on the present efforts to ameliorate their lot under the obviously prejudicial capitalist organization of labor. The fight for shorter working hours is not in vain, he said, but rather, quote, a duty to themselves and to their race, end quote. They must try to limit the tyranny of capital, which will otherwise reduce them to wretched beasts of burden, will break them in body and in spirit. Measures such as shorter working hours and higher wages are, however, only palliatives and not cures, and do not take into account the fact that, quote, the present social system simultaneously engenders the material conditions and the social forms necessary for an economic reconstruction of society, end quote. Similarly, trade unions are effective in a limited guerrilla war against the system which they should be trying to change, quote, using their organized forces as a lever for the final emancipation of the working class, that is to say, the ultimate abolition of the wages system, end quote. In late July 1865, Marx was forced to the painful and embarrassing confession that his inheritances had been consumed and the family was now living on pawnbrokers' credit. He made a clean breast of affairs to Engels and admitted that the chief reason behind their rather high standard of living was the need to help the girls, quote, establish relations and contacts which can secure their future, ... Even just from a commercial point of view, a purely proletarian arrangement would be unsuitable here, although it would be perfectly fine if my wife and I were alone or if the girls were boys, end quote. July 31st, 1865. The thought which kept Marx going in all this renewed misery, Marx added, quote, was that we two are a company enterprise, and me giving my time for the theoretical party and theoretical and party aspects of the business, end quote. For his work on Capital, Marx announced that all three, quote, books of the theoretical first section were ready except 3 chapters of Book 1. Then only the 4th book, the historic section, remained to be written. He was, moreover, determined not to let any of the manuscripts out of his hands until the whole thing, and he termed it, quote, an artistic whole, end quote, was finished, especially since he expected to condense and eliminate parts in order to keep within the maximum of 60 printer sheets. After a period of ill health, which Marx used to begin the study of astronomy, he participated in the reunions of the first IWA conference, Standing Committee and Continental Delegates, held in London from September 26 to 29, 1865. Marx was responsible for the conference program, the purpose of which was to plan the International Congress for 1866. The Workmen's Advocate was recognized as the International Workingmen's Association's official organ, and the following discussion topics proposed by Marx and S.G. Fribourg of Paris were adopted for the coming Congress: cooperative labor, reduction of working hours, female and child labor, direct and indirect taxation, trade unions, standing armies, the problem of coordinating and combining national efforts in the struggle against capital, checking the Muscovite influence in Europe through national independence and the re-establishment of the Polish state. The French delegates also proposed the discussion of religious ideas and their socio-political effects. The first IWA Congress was set for May 1866 in Geneva. Despite his precarious financial situation, Marx was unwilling to compromise himself in his work on the, quote, economics. In October, he received an offer from a close collaborator of Bismarck's, Lothar Bucher, to contribute monthly articles on economics to the Prussian state news organ, Der Staatsanzeiger. 3 members of the Berlin Working Men's Association solicited Marx to assume the leadership of the ADAV as a member of a 3-man directorate. November 13th, 1865. Marx turned down both offers. After all the delays he had had with his, quote, economics, Marx now found the international weighing on him like a, quote, incubus, and he would have been glad to get rid of it, according to a letter to Engels on December 26, 1865. As a director of the Workmen's Advocate, he was charged with turning it into a, quote, respectable, paper. The Reform League was enjoying enormous success and had recently led the largest working men's meeting since Marx had been in London. The various meetings of these organizations cost him 3 evenings per week and much writing on the side. Yet Marx realized that if he were to withdraw, quote, the bourgeois element which is now watching us, foreign infidels, with displeasure from behind the scenes, would win the upper hand, end quote. Letter to Engels, December 26, 1865. Towards the end of the year, Marx studied agricultural chemistry in connection with his discussion of ground rent and found that Liebig and Schoenbein, in particular, were, quote, more important for these matters than all economists put together, end quote. Letter to Engels, February 13th, 1866. He now completed what he thought was the definite manuscript of Capital in draft. However, Book 2 was in very rudimentary form, and he was never to work on Book 3 again to make it finally ready for publication. This thick manuscript of Book 3, more than 850 printed pages, is of all his posthumous writings, including the Grundrisse, the smoothest and best written. In contrast to Book 1, written simultaneously, Book 3 deals with the concrete side of the production of capital under real-world conditions and is entitled The Total Process of the Production of Capital. Some of the problems touched upon there, still topics of debate today, include the average profit rate, the transformation of commodity values, the law of the tendency of the falling profit rates, the law of the tendency of falling profit rates, the role of credit in capitalist production, the transformation of surplus profit into ground rent. Whereas Book 1 treats the production of capital from a purely abstract standpoint, the method of Book 3 is empirical and approaches the production process from the actual situation of a market economy, determining prices, etc. Contrary to what is frequently maintained, these two books complement rather than contradict one another. The harmonious relations between them Marx demonstrated in his lectures on wages, price, and profit. New section, 1866. Let me get a drink here. Marx began 1866 with a new spurt of energy. Determined to finish the final copy of his Capital manuscript as soon as possible, he edited and recopied the material written during the past 2 years, beginning with Book 1. In January, he announced to Dr. Kugelmann that he hoped to finish by March and then bring the text to Hamburg himself. At the beginning of the year, intrigues developed with the International, which stemmed from the Proudhon-oriented members within the CC and in the Brussels IWA group. The, quote, opposition party, unquote, published, quote, smears against the CC leadership and attacked various members whom they accused of being Bonapartists. However, Marx saw that, quote, the real key to the dispute is the Polish question. These fellows have attached everything to the Muscovitism of Proudhon, Herzen, ... Messieurs, the Russians have found their latest allies in the Proudhonized section of the, quote, Jeune France, end quote, end quote. I think that means young France. Letter to Engels, January 5th, 1866. Marx suggested to Engels that he write an answer to the most recent anti-Poland publications of this group, especially since its members were opposed to any discussion of the Polish question at the IWA Congress. On the 22nd of February, Jesus Christ. On the 22nd of January, Marx took part in a commemorative meeting organized by the members of the Polish emigration and the IWA together. On the anniversary of the Polish Revolt of 1863-64, Marx spoke in the name of the IWA, expressing their solidarity with the emancipatory cause in Poland. The IWA, Marx informed Kugelmann, had now made such great strides that, to the 3 existing journals which presented it in England, Belgium, and French Switzerland, a 4th was being added, Der Vorbote organ of the German-speaking section in Switzerland. Moreover, the Reform League had had a sensational effect in England with its recent Labour meeting. The Times of London had devoted 2 successive leading articles to a discussion of this phenomenon. By February, excessive night work had undermined Marx's health. His furunculosis returned and obliged him to stay in bed. While convalescing, he was too weak to tackle theoretical material, he wrote Engels, and had instead a historical section to the part added a historical section to the part on the workday which he had already written, an addition not planned in the original concept. See letter to Engels, February 10th, 1866. Most concerned about Marx's recurrent disease, Engels conferred with his own doctor and then advised Marx to take daily doses of arsenic. Quote, "This affair is truly getting too serious," end quote, he warned. Quote, "And if your head, as you say yourself, is not up to the mark for the theoretical things, then let it rest a bit from higher theory. Stop the night work and lead a more regular life," end quote. Engels, February 10th, 1866. Engels suggested that Marx give the publisher the first part of the manuscript, book 1 of the volume, for instance, to satisfy both public and publisher and not lose any time himself. Marx replied to Engels' proposals with a description of his latest furuncle and the doleful comment, quote, "If I had enough money, that is to say, enough," I don't know what the hell, there's some symbol here. It might be greater than -0. I'm not sure what the hell it says. I don't fucking know. If I had enough for my money, if I had enough money, that is to say, enough for my family, and if my book were finished, I wouldn't care a bit. Were I to land up tomorrow in the knacker's yard, alias kick the bucket. However, under the aforementioned circumstances, this is not yet possible," end quote. February 13th, 1866. He therefore agreed to follow the doctor's orders with arsenic to deliver Meissner the first volume of the quote, "Economics" as soon as it was completed, without waiting to finish the rest. Although the manuscript was ready, in its present form, it was enormous and, quote, "cannot possibly be edited by anyone but me, not even you," end quote, he wrote Engels. During Marx's illness, the differences within the IWA led to a great crisis. Bourgeois elements took over the working men's advocate, turning it into the liberal commonwealth. From his sickbed, Marx was able nevertheless to intervene to have Icarius retained on the editorial staff. Leibniz suggested that the IWA use the Social Democrat as its organ, but as Marx remarked to Engels, quote, "What we want is just exactly the disappearance of the Social Democrat and of all Lassalleanism," end quote. February 10th, 1866. The commotion within the CC was intimately related to the rivalries and jealousies over the journal. The Frenchman Lubez used the opportunity to stir up animosity against the so-called, quote, "German influence" within the association. A pro-Mazzini faction led by Wolff tried to push through a resolution declaring the IWA's solidarity with the Italian leader. To counter these moves, Marx, who was provisional secretary for Belgium, assembled a group of the IWA's foreign secretaries at his home on March 10th to discuss a course of action. At the next meeting on March 13th, they presented a united front in protest against the intrigues. As Marx later wrote to Engels, the English members saw clearly that, quote, "the whole continental element is associated with me to a man, and there is nothing in the way of German influence, as M. L. Lubetz insinuated," end quote, hoping to prove that Marx, a leader of the English faction, kept down the continental members. March 24th, 1866. Speaking in reference to the previous discussion of Mazzini and his merits as a working-class leader, Marx pointed out that Mazzini's interests were not compatible with those of the IWA. He was a supporter of, or quote, centralist isolation, end quote, and understood workingmen's associations to be a sort of, quote, benefit society. Marx subsequently explained the controversy to his cousin Nanette Phillips in a letter written on March 18, 1866. Mazzini, jealous of the IWA's success, had been stirring up discontent with the opposition to Marx's leadership, although, quote, leadership, end quote, was not the object of his ambitions, quote, But having once fairly embarked in an enterprise which I consider of import, I certainly, quote, anxious, and, quote, man that I am, do not like to give way. Mazzini, a most decided hater of free thinking and socialism, watched the progress of our society with great jealousy, end quote. In a countermove staged by Marx, Orsini declared that Mazzini was utterly without significance in the Italian workers' movement and was incapable of understanding the goals of the IWA. Quote, as it was, I carried a complete victory over the redoubtable adversary. I think that Mazzini has now had enough of me and will make bonne mine à mauvaise jeu. End quote. Letter written to Engels. Quoted in IRS H1, 1956, pages 108 to 111. The day after this confrontation in the CC, Marx left London under doctor's orders for a stay by the sea at Margate, lodged in a private boarding house fronting the sea. Marx was rid of all company. He abandoned his books. Quote, I have become myself a sort of walking stick, end quote. He wrote to Nanette, quote, running up and down the whole day, keeping my mind in that state of nothingness which Buddhism considers the climax of human bliss, end quote. Quote, in the evenings one is too tired to do anything but sleep, end quote. He added to Engels, March 24th, 1866. He still found time, however, to tend to some of his correspondence. Writing to Dr. Kugelmann on the 16th of April, he reported that he would soon be returning to London, where he hoped to get on with the neglected, quote, Capital manuscript. As for current political affairs in Germany, Marx remarked that the situation looked, quote, rather discouraging, end quote. Quote, if our Philistines would only realize that without a revolution which would do away with the Habsburgs and the Hohenzollerns, there is finally going to be a new 30 years' war and another division of Germany, end quote. Marx's prolonged absence and the passivity of the English leaders in the IWA had permitted a new round of plotting and intriguing in the meantime. Marx felt that under the circumstances it would be too soon to hold the IWA Congress in May. Quote, even if the Congress should be a failure, the English wouldn't care a rap. But for us, it would be a European disgrace, end quote. April 6, 1866. However, after his return from Margate in April 10, 1866, Marx succeeded through letters and personal appeal in forcing through a resolution, in the teeth of French opposition, which fixed a new date for the Congress in September, May 1st. Information reached Marx through Engels and others that a shipload of German tailors had been imported to Edinburgh as strikebreakers in a local movement to attain higher wages, and that 2 further shiploads were on their way. In early May, Marx wrote, quote, a warning addressed to the German tailors, which was printed in several German newspapers and distributed as a handbill. In it, Marx condemned the lack of solidarity between the brothers in the struggle against capital and appealed to the honor of the Germans. Quote, to prove to foreigners that they, together with their brothers in France, Belgium, and Switzerland, know how to defend their common class interests and do not lend themselves to being weak stooges of capital in its fight against labor, end quote. As Marx reported to Engels on the 23rd of April, 1866, and to Liebknecht, May 4th, 1866, the Commonwealth was having trouble making ends meet, although its circle of readers was growing steadily. Penny paper as it was, it needed more capital behind it in order to become self-supporting. Quote, if in the meanwhile the paper is not worse than it is, this is the merit of Fox, who is forced to carry on a continual struggle, end quote, he explained to Engels. In March and May, the Commonwealth published a series of 3 articles by Engels on what does the working class have to do with Poland. These articles, inspired by Marx in January, caused quite a sensation among the paper's readership in suggesting that war against Russia was a precondition for the reconstruction of Poland. In the CC, Fox criticized Engels for stating that the division of Poland was due to the corruption of the Polish aristocracy. Although the Poles expressed the desire to see Engels continue the series, the project was never realized. On the 4th of May, 1866, Marx informed Liebknecht that the IWA's move to aid the striking tailors and wire workers by preventing the importation of strikebreakers from the continent had succeeded. The IWA was an international force and, quote, This proof of its immediate practical importance has struck the practical English mind, end quote. In answer to the IWA's challenge, Mazzini now formed a, quote, International Republican Committee, end quote. Despite his gesture, Marx reported to Engels, quote, our association is gaining ground every day. Only in Germany, on account of that ass Liebknecht, good fellow as he is there nothing to be done, end quote. May 17th, 1866. Again ill, and plagued by heavy financial debts into the bargain, Marx was absent from the CC meetings in late May and early June when the group discussed the adjournment of the Congress, the admission of new English members, and an appeal to the Paris students and workers of all countries, which had been written by Paul Lafargue and published in Le Courrier Français on June 10th, 1866. In his June correspondence with Engels, Marx gave a detailed account of the, quote, Jeune France movement. It seemed that among the French students a kind of Proudhonism reigned. They were preaching peace, declared war outdated and nationalities to be nonsense, and opposed both Bismarck and Garibaldi. Quote, as polemics against chauvinism, their doings are useful and comprehensible, but as Proudhon worshippers, my good friends Lafargue and Longuet also belong to their number, who think that all Europe must and will sit on its ass and wait until the, quote, messieurs in France abolish, quote, la misère et l'ignorance, end quote, ... they are grotesque, end quote. June 7th, 1866. Following a debate in the Central Committee on the Austro-Prussian War, Marx recounted to Engels the essence of his remarks, in particular on the Jeune France and its Proudhonized Stirnerianism, end quote. Footnote. By this expression, Marx was characterizing the movement's orientation as fundamentally egoistic, but qualified by Proudhon's idea of social individualism to be realized through federal organizations. End footnote. Their notion of politics, Marx had told the group, were based on individualism and mutualism, whereby small groups or communes were to be organized into an association rather than a state. Quote, this is exactly what Fourier expected from his Phalansteer model, end quote. Footnote. Fourier conceived of a project for cooperative socialist communities called quote, phalansteries, end quote, analogous to, quote, monasteries, end quote, in which labor would be based on the principle of attraction as generated by human passions, and competition would be abolished. End footnote. The audience burst out laughing when Marx commented that Lafargue, who wanted to abolish nations and nationalities, had addressed them in French with the result that 9/10 could not understand. Quote, I inferred later on, end quote, Marx told Engels, quote, they most unconsciously seemed to understand by negation of nationalities their absorption into the French model nation, end quote. June 20th, 1866. After several sessions of debates and discussions, the CC finally passed a resolution on the war, stating, quote, that the Central Council of the International Workingmen's Association consider the present conflict on the continent to be one between governments, and advise the working men to be neutral and to associate themselves with a view to acquire strength by unity, and to use the strength so acquired in working out their social and political emancipation, end quote. July 17th, minutes, 1866. On Marx's proposal, 2 resolutions were adopted in the CC on July 24th. That the Council take the necessary steps to encourage representation of the Italians at the forthcoming Congress, that the seat of the Council be retained at London. On July 31st, 1866, he presented a list of 7 proposals for discussion at the Congress as decided by the preceding September by the London Conference. He recommended at the same time that an inquiry on working class conditions be conducted using a schedule worked out by Marx and the subcommittee. The point of this inquiry, edited by Marx, and other proposals of the subcommittee were adopted unanimously by the Council. Marx was now hoping to finish the manuscript of the first volume of his, quote, Economics, end quote, and he calculated the whole at 3 volumes before October. If he was to meet this deadline without further damage to his health, he saw the impossibility of attending the Congress, although he was continually engaged in preparations for it. He explained to Kugelmann, quote, "I consider that what I am doing through this book is more important than the working class than anything I could ever accomplish personally at any Congress whatsoever," end quote. August 23rd, 1866. In spare moments, when not occupied with the quote, economics or the IWA, Marx studied the works of Auguste Comte, quote, "because the English and French make such a fuss about the fellow. What captivates them is the encyclopedic element, the synthesis, but is miserable compared to Hegel," end quote. Marx to Engels, July 7th, 1866. Marx also read and excerpted from what he termed a, quote, "very important work," end quote, by Pierre Trémont, Origine et transformation de l'homme et des hautes bêtes. I'm going to think that's Origin and Transformations of Man and Other Beasts. I don't fucking know. That's my guess. Tremont had taken a, quote, "very significant step beyond Darwin," end quote, Marx wrote to Engels, in his interpretation of the phenomenon of crossbreeding and of the geological formations of the earth as they affect man. August 7th, 1866. A discussion ensued on Tremont after Engels had read the book, commenting that it, quote, "is not worth anything, pure construction and contradiction to all the facts, and for every proof it gives, it still has to give a further proof," end quote. October 2nd, 1866. Marx defined Tremont's basic idea about the influence of geological elements, especially the soil, on human development. The two friends also continued the discussion of the Austro-Prussian War by correspondence. Marx made the general remark that, quote, "our theory of the determination of the organization of labor through the means of production, where it is demonstrated any more brilliantly than in the manslaughtering industry," end quote. Marx, July 7, 1866. On August 6, 1866, Marx's 21-year-old daughter, Laura, became engaged to the young medical student, Paul Lafargue, who had been first drawn to Marx in the IWA, quote, but soon transferred the attraction from the old man to the daughter, end quote. Marx to Engels, August 7th, 1866. Before the engagement became formal, however, Marx asked Lafargue for, quote, positive information on his economic circumstances, end quote. Marx to Engels, August 13th, 1866, explaining the reason for his caution, quote, "You know that I have sacrificed my whole fortune for the revolutionary struggle. I do not regret it. On the contrary, if I had my life to start over, I would do the same. Only I would not marry. As far as it is within my powers to do so, I want to protect my daughter from the dangerous precipice where her mother's life was dashed to pieces," end quote. Marx, August 13th, 1866. Jenny Marx pawned articles of clothing in order to pay for her daughter's engagement. Several creditors were threatening legal action, and the family was trying anxiously to hide the, quote, real state of affairs, end quote, from the young fiancé. See Marx to Engels, November 8th, 1866. The uncertainty of their situation disturbed Marx's work during the day. He began working at night and thus provoked a new attack of furunculosis. The idea of emigrating to America in order to find better means of employment became enticing, yet he eventually rejected this solution. As he wrote to Kugelmann, quote, "I consider it my calling to remain in Europe and finish this task to which I have devoted so many years," end quote. August 23rd, 1866. The first International Congress of the International Working Men's Association was held in Geneva from September 3rd to 8th, 1866. Discussion centered around the, quote, instructions for delegates, end quote, which Marx had prepared. At a session called to debate the active electoral rights of the individual members, Delegate Kremer of London defended the interests of the members who were not working men. Quote, "Among these members I shall mention only one to you, Citizen Marx, who has consecrated his entire life to the triumph of the working class," end quote. September 8th, 1866. James Carter, also from London, added that men who were so wholly devoted to the cause were too rare to be shoved aside. Quote, "The bourgeoisie did not triumph until the day when, rich and powerful in number, it allied itself with science, and it is the so-called bourgeois economic science which, in giving it prestige, continued to maintain the power of the bourgeoisie. May those men who have devoted their lives to the economic question and who have recognized the justness of our cause and the necessity of social reform, may these men come to the working men's congresses in order to destroy bourgeois economic science. End quote. James Carter. (1866). On the whole, Marx wrote to Kugelmann, the results of the Congress had surpassed his expectations. He had chosen the points of the discussion program in accordance with his desire to promote immediate understanding and cooperation between the working men of various nations and to create a viable organizational form for working men as a class. All of his points were unanimously adopted by the Congress. The Parisians, Marx remarked, seemed to have been full of, quote, Proudhonist phrases, end quote. Quote, they chatter about science and don't know anything, end quote. They were disdainful of the class struggle as a source of revolutionary force, that they defended under the rubric of anti-authoritarian individualism was nothing more than ordinary bourgeois economics, quote, only idealized in a Proudhonian manner, end quote. Marx also reported that simultaneously a labor congress had taken place in Baltimore, late August 1866, which had pleased him very much with its achievements. Quote, organization for the struggle against capital was their motto, and remarkably enough, most of the demands I proposed for Geneva were also presented there through the true instincts of the working men. End quote. August 9th, 1866. Following the Congress, Marx was nominated president of the CC in a demonstration of force against the French members who had moved to exclude all but manual workers from the organization, and particularly from its leadership. September 25th, 1866. Marx declined the nomination, considering himself, quote, incapacitated because he was a head worker and not a hand worker, end quote. Marx, 1866. The council reappointed Marx to the post of foreign secretary for Germany, however. By the end of the year, Marx was able to report to Engels that two French reviews, Revue des Deux Mondes and Revue Contemporaine, had carried information on the Congress and the International in lengthy articles and had termed this movement, quote, one of the most important events of the century, end quote. December 17th, 1866. The job of editing Capital for the printers was finally nearing its end. In November, Marx announced to Engels that he would soon be sending Meissner the first pages of the manuscript for Volume 1, which was to encompass Books 1 and 2 with the following plan. Book 1, the production process of capital. Book 2, the circulation process. Book 3, the various forms assumed by capital in the course of its development. Book 4, on the history of the theory. Books 3 and 4 were to be published later in separate volumes. See letter to Engels, October 13th. The announcement that, quote, the first batch of the manuscript, end quote, was going off to the printers, November 10th, brought a cry of joy from Engels, who promised to drink to his friend's health. Quote, this book has done a lot to break you, and once it has been shaken off, you'll become an entirely different fellow, end quote. November 11th, 1866. Sorry, 1 second, let me get a drink here. Some coffee time. Coffee time. There we are. New section, 1867. As the new year began, Marx was not making the expected progress with the last stage of his manuscript. Troubled by furuncles and insomnia, again in financial difficulty, he could not finish as quickly as he had planned and hoped. He was torn with the idea of going to the continent in order to find some new arrangements for future income, but the imperative desire to finish the first volume made him put off this plan until later. Of course, Engels came to the family's aid with occasional banknotes and cases of wine. When sending the first section of his manuscript to Meissner, Marx had written that he would be presently delivering only Volume 1. Although Meissner objected to this procedure, Marx replied that he would be able to deliver all the books 1 to 4 without another long delay. During the final months of work on the first volume, Marx continued to participate in the GC meetings. On January 22nd, 1867, he attended a meeting in commemoration of the 1863 Polish insurrection. Here he pronounced a fiery speech against Russia, the, quote, bastion of European reactionism, end quote, demanding the independence of Poland as precondition for European freedom. Had the serf emancipation wrought significant changes in Russia, he asked? Had Russia's threat to Europe diminished? Quote, no, only the blindness of the ruling classes in Europe has reached its peak. Above all, nothing has changed in Russia's politics, ... Its methods, tactics, maneuvers may change, but the guiding star of its politics, world rule, is unchangeable, end quote. Marx. Peasant emancipation actually facilitated governmental centralization in Russia. Marx noted, broke the feudal system of rule, created a broad new source of military recruitment, and strengthened the peasants' adherence to the central power, i.e. the Tsar. Quote, it did not free them from Asiatic barbarism, for civilization is a process of centuries, end quote. In face of the Russian threat, Europe had been one alternative, either to let itself be invaded by the Muscovites or reestablish itself, quote, with a wall of 20 million heroes in order to gain time to complete its social transformation, end quote. On February 28, 1867, Marx also spoke at a gathering to celebrate the 27th anniversary of the founding of the German Working Men's Educational Association. He spoke on the slavery of wage labor, which gives the individual the impression of having freedom of action, while forcing him in reality to sell his labor power for sums sufficient only to procure him the basic necessities of life. Marx concluded with an expression of his conviction that of all the European working men, the Germans were the most capable of carrying out a radical social revolution. 1. They were all the least handicapped by religious prejudices. 2. They need not pass through a long phase of bourgeois social development. 3. They would, through their geographic situation, be forced to declare war on Eastern barbarism, whence all reaction against the West began. Apart from his work on the manuscript and his activities in the IWA, Marx read two works by Balzac, both, quote, full of wonderful irony, end quote. Letter to Engels, February 25th, 1867. One of them, La Chef d'Oeuvre Inconnue of 1832, Marx recounted to Engels, was the delightful story of a genial artist so intent on producing on canvas with the greatest exactness the image he had in his head, that he reworked, retouched, and corrected his painting until finally nothing remained. During the early part of the year, 1867, Marx also helped the tailor Acarius with a series of articles entitled A Working Man's Refutation of John Stuart Mill, which was published in the IWA journal Commonwealth. On April 2, 1867, Marx reported to Engels that the manuscript of the first volume of Capital was finished, and he estimated its bulk at about 25 printer sheets. His plan was to take the work himself to Meissner in Hamburg in order to have the opportunity to speak with him about publishing the first volume alone. However, he lacked the money for the trip and to redeem his clothing and watch from the pawnbrokers. Engels, who burst out in a, quote, irrepressible cry, quote, irrepressible, end quote, cry of, quote, hurrah, sent his friend £35 for the travel expenses. Marx arrived in Hamburg on the 12th of April and immediately turned his precious cargo over to Meissner, who promised that it would be sent to the printer Vigand in Leipzig within the week. The manuscript, which Meissner received, contained only 6 divisions, corresponding to the plan of the Grundrisse and the 1863 plan for books 1 and 2, except for 2 chapters on productive and unproductive labor and the results of the production process, which were now lacking. Subheadings were later made at Engels' insistence for the first German edition, while the second German and first French editions were divided into 33 chapters. The plan for the rest of Capital was discussed, and Meissner proposed that 3 volumes be made of the material instead of 2. Quote, he was in fact against my concentrating the last book, the historical part, as I had planned. He said that, from a bookseller's point of view, and for the, quote, shallow, end quote, mass of readers, he is counting most on this part, end quote. Marx to Engels, April 13th, 1867. While awaiting the first proof sheets from Vigand, Marx went on to Hanover, where he was the guest of the well-known gynecologist Ludwig Kugelmann. Kugelmann, in Marx's words, was a, quote, fanatical adherent, end quote, of his and Engels' doctrines, and both of them as people. Quote, he annoys me at times with his enthusiasm, end quote, Marx remarked, quote, which is inconsistent with his coolness in medicine, but he understands, and is a thoroughly good man. A thoroughly good man. He makes no concessions, is capable of sacrifices, and what is more, he is convinced, end quote. April 24, 1867. In his library, Kugelmann had an excellent collection of Marx and Engels' works, quote, better than both of us put together, end quote, and promised them copies of the Holy Family. Marx used the days in Hanover between April 17th and mid-May to attend to his neglected correspondence. On April 17th, he wrote to J.P. Becker, editor of the Vorbote in Geneva, announcing the forthcoming publication of Capital Volume 1, the production process of Capital, which he expected to appear in May. This volume would surely be, he remarked, quote, the most terrible missile ever launched at the heads of the bourgeoisie, landed property owners included, end quote. Becker was encouraged to help publicize the book's appearance. In a letter of April 24, 1867, Marx reported to Engels about a visit on the preceding day from, quote, Bismarck's satrap, Varna Bolt, who in the name of the Prussian minister had extended the offer to employ Marx and his, quote, great talent in the service of the German people. Marx also wrote to Siegfried Mayer in New York, thanking for the letters which he had been a, quote, true consolation, end quote, for him during the last long period of material and physical distress. His long silence had been occasioned by the concentrated work on Capital and his very poor health, which obliged him to center his efforts on completing his manuscript. Quote, I must laugh at the so-called, quote, practical, end quote, men and their wisdom. If one wanted to be a beast, one could naturally turn one's back on the sufferings of mankind and save one's own skin. But I would really have considered myself impractical if I had died without finishing my book, at least in manuscript form, end quote. April 30th, 1867. Marx had addressed a request to the renowned natural scientist, scholar, and IWA member Ludwig Buchner in Darmstadt, asking for assistance in finding a suitable translator for Capital into French. He explained to Buchner, whose own work on Kraft und Stoff had already been translated into French, that it was essential to free the French from the idealized petite bourgeois thinking they had inherited from Proudhon. May 1st, 1867. Marx did not receive the first proofs of his book until May 5th, 1867, his 45th birthday. The typesetting errors were insignificant, he found, but there was no manuscript at hand for verification. He was thus persuaded to bring his visit with the Kugelmanns to an end and return to London to await the proofs there. On his return via Hamburg, Marx again saw Meissner and promised him the delivery of Volume 3 of Capital, Books 2 and 3, in the autumn and Volume 4 in winter, Book 4. With this, Marx hoped soon to have a solid financial base under his feet and a secure future. Quote, without you, end quote, he confessed to Engels, quote, I would never have been able to find this work, and I assure you that it has always haunted me like a nightmare to have let you ruin and waste your fine talents in commercial affairs on my account, and to have obliged you to live through all my petite miseries. End quote. May 7th, 1867. However, Marx justly foresaw that he would have a difficult year ahead before receiving payment for his book. As the proof sheets arrived in London, Marx would correct and then send them on to Engels in Manchester. Engels reread the whole and returned them to Vigant. Following Kugelmann's suggestion that Marx append a, quote, supplementary and more didactic explanation of the form of value in Chapter 1, Engels read the text to provide Marx with critical aid. Quote, the Philistine is not used to this kind of abstract thinking, end quote, Engels remarked. Quote, and will certainly not torture himself with it for the sake of the form of value. And will certainly not torture himself with it for the sake of the form of value, end quote. June 16, 1867. He proposed that subheadings be added within the chapters to help the reader follow the argument. He found that, quote, the important second sheet suffered from the weight of the carbuncles, but nothing more can be done now, and anyone who is capable of thinking dialectically will still understand it, end quote. Marx hoped that nonetheless Engels was satisfied with his work. Quote, your satisfaction with it up to this point is more important to me than anything the rest of the world may say of it. In any case, I hope that the bourgeoisie will remember my carbuncles their whole life long, end quote. June 22nd, 1867, Jesus Christ. Marx saw the problem of a more didactic explanation of the form of value by adding an appendix to be read in place of the corresponding pages in the text. It was intended, quote, not only for Philistines, but also for the young people, eager for knowledge, end quote, and explained in short that, quote, these gentlemen, the economists, have hitherto overlooked the very simplest matter, that the form, 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat, is only the undeveloped basis of 20 yards of linen equals 2 pounds, and that, therefore, the simplest form of a commodity, in which its value is not yet expressed in relation to all other commodities, but only as something differentiated from its own natural form, contains the whole secret of the money form, and therefore, in germ, all the bourgeois forms of the product of labor, as well. Marx to Engels, June 22nd, 1867. Engels also brought up a question which he was sure would be one of the first that industrialists and bourgeois economists would find to reproach Marx's value theory. If the worker's wages represent only half its working time, then this value alone enters into the price of the commodity produced, and therefore no surplus can be created. Marx replied that such questions would be answered in Book 3, Volume 2, since they presuppose both the discussion of the transformation of the daily value of labor power into the price of this labor, and the transformation of surplus value into profit, presupposing in turn the process of capital circulation. In the projected exposition in Book 3, quote, it will be shown where the Philistines, end quote, and ordinary economists, end quote, In the projected exposition in Book 3, quote, it will be shown whence the Philistines and ordinary economist way of thinking originates, namely, from the fact that their brains perpetually reflect on the immediate form of the circumstances and not their inner relationship. If, by the way, the latter were the case, would a science then be necessary at all? End quote. June 26, 1867. Marx explained that he had no intention of anticipating all such questions in the first book, for that would disrupt the dialectical method. The present method of presentation set traps, moreover, for the less profound bourgeois economists and others. In the preface, written on July 25, 1867, he addressed this work to the reader who is, quote, willing to learn something new and therefore to think for himself, end quote, and declared his purpose in writing was to disclose the, quote, economic law of motion of modern society, end quote. Through his analysis of social disintegration and change in England, Marx expressed the hope that other countries would learn and profit. Quote, their own most important interests dictate to the classes that are for the nonce. No, that's a typo or not. For the nonce, the ruling ones, the removal of all legally removable hindrances to the free development of the working class, end quote. Capital Volume 1. Having once discovered the, quote, natural laws of its movement, end quote, no country could, however, make spectacular progress, for, quote, it can neither clear by bold leaps nor remove by legal enactments the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development, but it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs, end quote. On August 16, 1867, the last page of proofs had been corrected. Quote, only thanks to you, end quote, Marx wrote to Engels, quote, has this been possible. Without your self-sacrifice for me, I would never have been able to accomplish the enormous task of the 3 volumes. I embrace you, full of thanks, end quote. Marx. August 16th, 1867. The 1,000 copies of the first edition left the press about September 2nd, 1867. Presumably, in order to avoid the censor, the chapter which forms the logical conclusion to the whole and ends of the quotation from the Communist Manifesto, chapter 32 on the, quote, historical tendency of capitalist accumulation, end quote, was placed before the chapter on the, quote, modern theory of colonization, end quote. While correcting the proofs for capital, Marx absented himself from the GC meetings until July 9th, 1867. There, under pressure from Lafargue, Marx proposed that at the forthcoming Congress a discussion be held, quote, on the practical means by which to enable the International Working Men's Association to fulfill its function of a common center of action for the working classes, male and female, in their struggle tending to their complete emancipation from the domination of capital, end quote. Minutes, July 9th, 1867. Together with Lafargue, Marx edited an address to the members and affiliated societies, inviting them to participate in the Congress planned for September in Lausanne. Marx himself refused to be the GC delegate. He then brought up the matter of the Peace Congress, which was to be held on September 5th in Geneva, pointing out that the IWA was, quote, in itself a peace congress, as the union of the working classes of the different countries must ultimately make international wars impossible, ... end quote. Minutes, August 13th, 1867. Large standing armies are the natural result of the present social development and are used in general to suppress internal agitation. Those who wish, quote, peace at any price, end quote, however, quote, would fain leave Russia alone in the possession of the means to make war upon the rest of Europe, while the very existence of such a power as Russia was enough for all the other countries to keep their armies intact, end quote. Writing later to Engels, Marx gave an account of the discussion of this August 31st meeting. Behind the Peace Congress were organizers such as Louis Blanc, Garibaldi, and Victor Hugo, who had been forced to recognize the International Working Men's Association as a player. As a quote, Jesus Christ. Writing later to Engels, Marx gave an account of the discussion at this August 13th, 1867 meeting. Behind the Peace Congress were organizers such as Louis Blanc, Garibaldi, and Victor Hugo, who had been forced to recognize the International Working Men's Association as a, quote, power, end quote. Marx saw this as extremely important. The GC finally decided not to send an official delegate to the Peace Congress, but left the members free to attend as individuals. Lessner and Icarius attended the Congress along with the IWA Congress in Lausanne on September 9, 1867, and kept Marx informed on the proceedings of both. The favorable results of 1867's Congress decided Marx to attending the coming year in order to fight personally against the Proudhonists. Until the publication of his book, and while the association was still taking root, Marx had tried to manage things from the sidelines. Now he felt the time had come for him to appear personally on the stage. He reported to Engels on the IWA's recent success. Quote, the lousy star that had wanted to ignore us completely declared in yesterday's lead article that we are more important than the Peace Congress, end quote. Despite all the intrigues against the leadership from within the organization and despite the opposition from without, Marx had retained his influence on the IWA. Quote, ... When the next revolution comes, perhaps sooner than it seems, we, i.e. you and I, will have this powerful engine in our hands. Compare this with the results of Mazzini's operations, etc., for the past 30 years, without any financial help, end quote. Marx to Engels, September 11th, 1867. Wilhelm Liebknecht, recently re-elected to the North German Reichstag as representative of the Saxonian workingmen, corresponded frequently with Marx, who provided him with directives for action. Engels commented that Liebknecht had learned enough from them to realize that, quote, the only good policy is to vote against everything without exception, end quote. To Marx, October 13th, 1867. The Forbota began publicizing Capital on the October issue with an unsigned letter to the editor from Jenny Marx, which explained the nature of Marx's work. Quote, Marx naturally has no specific remedies at hand for the crying needs of the bourgeois world, which now calls itself socialist as well. No pills, no slaves, no lint to heal the gaping, bloody wounds of our society. But it seems to me that he has drawn the most daring conclusions from the practical results and applications of the historical development of modern society. End quote. Jenny Marx, 1867. The quote, conspiration de silence, conspiracy of silence, which meant the appearance of Capital, made Marx, quote, fidgety, end quote. Letter to Engels, November 2nd, 1867. However, he did receive a letter from one interested reader, the tanner Josef Dietzken, from St. Petersburg. Dietzken, who was of German origin, wrote Marx a long letter, full of admiration for his inestimably valuable research, quote, on behalf of both the working class and science, end quote. He had read all of Marx's earlier writings until he had mastered Marx's important thoughts. Dietzken added, quote, the first pamphlet, Sur Critique, which appeared in Berlin, I studied at the time with great diligence, and I must admit that no book, be it ever so voluminous, has ever brought me so much new, positive knowledge and instruction as this small booklet, end quote. October 24th, 1867. He explained to Marx his own theory of a materialist Weltanschauung, and remarked that, quote, science is not so much a matter of facts as it is of explanation for these facts, end quote. Marx's book continued to produce no echo in the German press, and he wrote to Kugelmann that, quote, if there were 6 men of your caliber in Germany, the opposition of the mass of Philistines and the conspiration de silence on the part of the specialists and the journalist rabble would have been overcome at least to a degree which could permit serious discussion to begin. But we must wait. Contained in this word is the whole secret of Russian politics, end quote. December 7th, 1867. It's kind of wild to expect such a immediate response from a book that is that thick as Capital Volume 1. Marx provided Kugelmann's wife with reading instructions for Capital. First, the sections on the working day, cooperation, division of labor and machinery. Finally, that on primitive accumulation. See letter to Kugelmann, November 30th, 1867. He corresponded with Victor Schilly in Paris with regard to a French translation by Elie Reclus, and reserved the right to make certain changes in the German text before translation. While waiting the response to Capital, financial and otherwise, Marx again found himself deeply in debt and continued to suffer from furunculosis and insomnia, all of which troubles hindered him in his work for the second volume. The Irish question and the Fenians became a topic of some importance for Marx during the later part of the year. Following the trial of the Fenians in Manchester, he reported to Engels on the efforts of the IWA and the Reform League to stir up sympathies for the Fenians within the working class. This affair had given him a new perspective on the Irish question. Quote, I used to think that Ireland's separation from England would be impossible. Now I consider it inevitable, even if the separation should be followed by a federation, end quote. To Engels, November 2nd, 1867. On November 19th and 20th, 1867, in the GC, the issue of the condemned Fenians was the topic of a discussion in which it was maintained that the working class and the Fenians opposed the same enemy, quote, the territorial aristocracy and the capitalist, end quote. An address to the British government on the Fenians, written by Marx and adopted at the November 20th meeting, requested a commutation of the Fenians' sentence as, quote, an act not only of justice but also of political wisdom, end quote. Marx also prepared a speech on the Irish question. However, after the execution of the Fenians on the 23rd of November 1867, he deemed it more suitable to let one of the English members speak in his place to express their regret for the vengeful act of the British government. Had he spoken, Marx wrote Engels, he would have been unable to deliver the necessary objective analysis of the situation, but have let loose a, quote, revolutionary thunderstorm, end quote. See letter of November 30th, 1867. It was the Englishman Fox who spoke on this occasion, Marx reported, touching on political and international aspects of the Irish movement. But, on the whole, his speech was too superficial and full of banalities. Fox's resolution was referred back to committee. Marx pointed out to Engels that Ireland was in the midst of a great economic change, which the British ignored. Fenianism was in fact a, quote, lower orders movement, end quote, to resist the present system of the British for, quote, clearing the estate of Ireland, end quote, whereby they desired to turn Irish soil into grazing land for their stock farming. He summed up Ireland's needs as 1. Self-government and independence from England. 2. Agrarian revolution. The English cannot accomplish it for them even with the best will, but they can give them the legal means to accomplish it themselves. 3. Protective tariffs against England. November 30th, 1867. Marx also lectured on the Irish question to the German Working Men's Educational Association on December 16th, 1867. Engels wrote a number of book reviews of Capital, which were published in various German and English newspapers for the Beobachter, Stuttgart, December 12th to 13th, 1867. Engels adopted directives provided by Marx in a letter on December 7th, 1867, where the latter gave an ironic criticism of his own, quote, subjective tendential conclusions and the positive scientific developments, end quote. Marx referred to his new materialist method of treating economic relations as a, quote, fundamental enrichment of science, end quote. As, quote, tendential, end quote, he saw the demonstration that present society carries within itself a new and higher form. In other words, the depiction from a social standpoint of the, quote, same gradual process of revolution, which Darwin proved in natural history, end quote. Finally, Marx emphasized that capital's subjective tendency, quote, i.e. the manner in which he imagines or presents the end result of the present movement, the present social progress, has nothing to do with his theoretical development of the economic relations proper, end quote. One second, let me get some coffee here. Okay. New section, 1868. This year brought, instead of the hope for financial independence and security, continued illness and dependency on Engels for all the family's financial needs. Marx, who suffered continually from severe headaches and carbuncles, went on with his studies for the third book of Capital until about May. He delved into ground rent and agronomy, reading Karl Nicholas Frass's Klima und Pflanzenfeld in der Zeit. 1847, Die Natur der Landwirtschaft, 1857, and Die Geschichte der Landwirtschaft, 1852. Johann Heinrich von Thunens, Der isolierte Staat in Beziehung auf Landwirtschaft und Nationalökonomie, 1862-63, and John Chalmers Morton's Encyclopedia of Agriculture, 1855. He devoted particular care to the study of Georg Ludwig Maurer's book, Einleitung zur Geschichte der Markhof, Dorf- und Stadtverfassung und der öffentlichen Gewalt, 1854, where he found new proof of his view that in the early days of European settlements, Asian and Indian forms of property ownership were current. See letter to Engels, March 14, 1868. Mars', quote, extraordinarily interesting, end quote, work gave a new aspect to primitive times and to subsequent development of independent Reich cities in Germany in the struggle between peasantry and serfdom. Quote, in human history, it is the same as in paleontology. Things which are right in front of one's nose are, in principle, ignored even by the most important heads thanks to a certain judicial blindness. Later, when time is ripened, one is amazed to find that the unseen has left its traces everywhere. End quote. March 25th, 1868. Marx also shared with Engels his findings on Frase's book, Klima und die Pflanzenwelt, which showed that land cultivation, quote, when it proceeds naturally and not under conscious control, leaves deserts behind, Persia, Mesopotamia, etc., Greece, again, therefore, an unconscious socialist tendency, end quote. Because of his health, Marx could not attend the GC meetings during the first part of the year. Financial considerations made him think seriously of going to live in Geneva, where the lower cost of living would permit him to live on half the amount required in London. Two things kept him from taking this step: the IWA and the unfinished capital, for which he needed to work at the British Museum Library. He also expected to profit financially from the English sales of Capital once it had been translated. Quote, aside from that, end quote, he wrote Kugelmann, quote, if I were to leave here at the present critical time, the whole working men's movement, which I influenced from behind the scenes, would fall into very bad hands and undoubtedly be led astray, end quote. March 17th, 1867. 1868, Jesus Christ. Okay, still recording, thank God. If you've been following any of these chapters at all, you'll see that I've missed, what was I going to say? I screwed up recording one of my things. Now I panic that I forgot to record things. Anyway, numerous critiques of Capital finally appeared. One in particular, written by economist Eugen Dühring in 1867, Engels characterized as full of, quote, embarrassment and fear. The good vulgar economist is thunderstruck and doesn't know what to say, end quote. To Marx, January 7th, 1868. Marx found Dühring's critique, quote, rather decent, end quote, although he had misunderstood various things. Quote, the most amusing, however, is that he classes me with Stein because I use dialectics, and Stein thoughtlessly puts together the most trivial things in awkward trichotomies, end quote. January 8th, 1868. By March 1868, Marx had come to understand Dühring's, quote, curiously embarrassed tone, end quote, in reviewing his book. Quote, ordinarily, he is the most impertinent, insolent fellow who sets himself up as a revolutionary in political economy. He knows very well that my method of development is not Hegel's, that I am a materialist and Hegel an idealist. Hegel's dialectics is the basic form of all dialectics, but only after it has been stripped of its mystical form, and this is precisely what differentiates my method from his. Marx to Kugelmann, March 6, 1867. Freiligrath wrote to Marx that for a copy, Freiligrath wrote to thank Marx for a copy of Capital, remarking that, quote, many young businessmen and industrial entrepreneurs are enthused about the book, end quote. Here, he added, would Capital fulfill its real purpose apart from serving scholars as a reference book? April 3rd, 1868. Chronic. I don't know what that is. I guess that's a book or a collection of texts. On April 2nd, 1868, Laura Marx and Paul Lafargue were married in London and went to Paris shortly thereafter for their honeymoon. Marx wrote to his daughter with the request that she inquire about the copies of Capital which he had sent for Paris friends and excuse himself for this intrusion, saying, quote, you'll certainly fancy, my dear child, that I am very fond of books, because I trouble you with them as at so unseasonable a time, but you would be quite mistaken. I am a machine condemned to devour them and then throw them in a changed form on the dunghill of history, end quote. To Laura, April 11th, 1868. In late April 1868, Marx took up work on Book 3 of Capital, intending to elaborate a better presentation of the relation between profit rate and surplus value rate. Writing to Engels on April 2nd, he explained the solution he had found to the question of rising profit rates in times of inflation corresponding to falling profit rates in deflationary periods. Quote, "The difficulty lies in the confusion of the rate of surplus value, the rate of surplus value with the profit rate, end quote. With decreasing monetary value, labor productivity is augmented. The value of machinery, constant capital, sinks, so that profit rates rise, although the actual rate of surplus value remains constant." On the 30th of April, Marx presented Engels with the plan for Book 3, in which he intended to work out the, quote, transformation of surplus value into its various forms, end quote, i.e. profit, interest, and land rent, and its relation to the other two books. Whereas in Book 1, the reader was simply given an abstract explanation of the conversion process of capital, in Book 3, the actual market conditions would be examined. Quote, "Thus the social interlacing of the various capitals, elements of capital and revenue, equal M, with one another," end quote. Profit was in fact only a name for a kind of or category of surplus value, quote, "only the illusory form in which the latter appears," end quote, containing, however, in reality an element which differentiates it from surplus value. The element is the value of C, or constant capital. Surplus value contains, by contrast, only the elements of variable capital, i.e. labor. Thus, the actual profit rate may differ in various ways from the surplus value rate, a phenomenon previously inexplicable for political economy. Marx also intended to explain the movement of capital as the difference between capitals employed in various production sectors. Other topics for Book 3 were the tendency for profit rates to fall with increasing industrial development, merchant capital as contrasted to productive capital, profit divided into the entrepreneur's earnings and into interest, the transformation of profit into land rent, and, quote, finally, since these three, wage, labor, rent, land rent, profit, or interest, constitute the respective sources of income for the three classes of landowners, capitalists, and wage laborers, we have in conclusion the class struggle to which the movement and breakup of the whole affair is reduced. The class struggle in which the movement and breakup of the whole affair is reduced, end quote. April 30th, 1868. In May, Marx began working on Book 2, in particular on the problem of the turnover of capital and the amount of circulating capital advanced in an enterprise. He requested information from Engels, commenting that, quote, "What is practically interesting and theoretically necessary in political economy are so highly divergent that one can't even find the essential material as in other sciences," end quote. May 16th, 1867. Already foreseeing the end of his, quote, economics, Marx wrote to Joseph Dietzken, that he wanted to undertake a book on dialectics and declared that, quote, "the true laws of dialectics are to be found already in Hegel in a mystic form. However, the problem is to divest them of this form," end quote. May 9th, 1868. Marx continued to provide Engels with directives for writing critiques of capital. He explained the reason for the CMC, commodity, and money equations in illustrating the two different circulation processes of capital. Thereupon, Engels prepared a review for the journal Fortnightly Review. See Marx to Engels, May 23rd, 1868. Marx also sent the socialist journalist Wilhelm Eichhoff information for a forthcoming pamphlet on the IWA as, quote, just the right moment to make propaganda for the International in Germany, end quote. Marx to Engels, June 6, 1868. A lengthy correspondence ensued between Eichhoff and Marx as a result of this project, and Marx presented him with an abundance of material, quote, whose actual contents exceeded my expectations, end quote. The latter wrote in thanks, quote, "In any case, it will certainly impress others as it did me," end quote. June 29th, 1868. In this pamphlet, Eichhoff intended to underline Marx's role as the, quote, veritable party head, end quote, around whom the working men were now grouping. July 18th, 1868. He incorporated into it documents from the IWA and much material about the trials of the IWA French members in Paris the same year. About Marx, Eichhoff wrote, quote, "Thus it was a German who gave the International Working Men's Association its definite direction and organization," end quote. Under debate in the GC was the matter of the next International Congress, scheduled for September 1868 in Belgium. Marx had proposed that the Congress be held elsewhere because of the Belgian government's new anti-foreigners laws. However, since the Belgian members did not want to make concessions to the government, the resolution was rescinded on June 17th. Meanwhile, the French branch of the council had again concocted rumors about alleged ties between the GC and Bonaparte. One of these French troublemakers, Felix Piat, spoke at a public meeting in London demanding the assassination of Bonaparte. The council thereupon decided to disavow Piat's relation with the IWA and charged Marx with composing a resolution. Marx recounted the affairs to Engels as an intrigue of the, quote, old parties of the Republican louts of 1848, end quote, who would now like to get rid of the IWA, which represented, quote, a thorn in their flesh, end quote. Marx warned the French branch that if their stupidities did not stop, they would be thrown out of the organization. They could not permit 50 such imbeciles, quote, to endanger the International Association at a moment when it is beginning to become a serious power in view of the circumstances on the continent, end quote. Marx to Engels, July 7th, 1868. During a decision in the council on the influence of machinery in the hands of the capitalists, Marx noted that the first effects had not been as expected. Working hours were first lengthened and reduced only when the workers showed signs of deteriorating physically through the increased labor intensity. Women and children were forced to labor in the factories. Here Marx commented that he believed, quote, every child above the age of 9 ought to be employed at productive labor a portion of its time, but the way they are made to work under existing circumstances is abominable, end quote. Minutes, July 28, 1868. Machinery had, moreover, completely changed the relations of farm labor and industrial labor. There was no longer any freedom of labor. On the other hand, machinery had also caused labor to organize while disintegrating all former social and family relations. These circumstances were to engender a positive development in favor of labor. Prompted by Kugelmann's remarks on a critique of capital which had appeared in the Leipzig Centralblatt in January 1868, Marx gave his Hanover friend a lengthy explanation of the scientific significance of the value theory. Even if he had not included a separate chapter devoted to value, Marx reasoned, the analysis of real circumstances which was given would demonstrate adequately the actual value relationships in political economy. The necessity of distributing social labor is a natural law. Only the form of this distribution can change. In a society based on private exchange of the products of individual labor, its form is, quote, exchange value. Science, therefore, has the task of investigating how the value law manifests itself in a particular society. For the relative exchange values of products are not directly equivalent to their respective values. It is science's task to discover the interrelationships between phenomena and not stop with the observing of outward appearances. This was therefore the great difference between Marx's political economy and traditional bourgeois economics, which held the explanation of value based on exchange relations to be an ultimate economic truth. Marx to Kugelmann, July 11, 1868. On August 4, 1868, Marx informed Engels of the final break between the IWA and the so-called French branch, which had accused Marx and others of being ambitious and deceitful. Marx now thought it would be a good plan to move that the council be transferred from London to the continent. Quote, this will show those asses in Paris, etc., that we are not at all concerned about this agreeable dictatorship, end quote. Engels to Engels, August 4th, 1868. Engels counseled prudence. The sacrifice would be too great. If the General Council were transferred into the hands of those who were incapable of directing such a movement, whatever their good intentions. Quote, the larger the dimensions of the affair, the more important is it that you have control over it, end quote. August 6th, 1867. 1868, Jesus Christ. At this time, Marx was practicing an attitude of neutrality vis-a-vis the ADAV, whose Congress he declined to attend on the pretext of preparing for the International Working Men's Association's own Congress in Brussels. He published a message in the Social Democrat congratulating the ADAV for having adopted in their program the fundamental principles of all working men's movements: agitation for political liberty, regulation of the working day, and concerted action on an international level between the working men's groups. Among Marx's tasks for the Brussels Congress is the preparation of the Council's report, delivered September 7th and adopted by a unanimous vote of the Council members. This report stressed the significance of the IWA not as a sectarian organization or a theoretical construction, but as, quote, the spontaneous growth of the proletarian movement, which itself is the offspring of the natural and irrepressible tendencies of modern society. Profoundly convinced of the greatness of its mission, the IWA will allow itself neither to be intimidated nor misled. Its destiny, thenceforth, coalesces with the historical progress of the class that carry in their hands the generation of mankind. End quote. Marx. September 1st. Uh, 1868. Marx sent Lessner and Icarius, who attended the Congress as delegates of the GC, advice and recommendations for their participation in the debates, especially for those on war and mutual credit, in opposition to the Proudhonists on the latter question. As far as war was concerned, Marx did not feel that the working class was as yet sufficiently organized, quote, to throw any substantial weight into the scales, end quote, and advocated that the Congress should pass a resolution to the effect that war between Germany and France would be equivalent to civil war. Marx also wished to see a statement added saying that war could benefit only Russia. See Marx to Lessner and Icarius, September 10th, 1868, but doubted that the resolution in this form would be approved by the French and the Belgians. In fact, the following text was finally adopted. Quote, all European wars, and notably that between France and Germany, must be considered today as civil wars, benefiting Russia as the most whose social status is not yet as high, is not yet at the heights of modern civilization, end quote. The German delegates at the Congress adopted a resolution recommending capital, Marx's capital, to the working men of all countries and urging its translation. It stated further that, quote, Marx has the inestimable merit of being the first political economist to have scientifically analyzed capital and dissolved it into its component parts, end quote. Marx, September 11th. No, not Marx. End quote, September 11th, 1868. I guess that's the German delegates at the Congress. All in all, the Congress went passably well. Marx wrote to Engels, despite the superior number of French and Belgians, the former being, quote, very jealous of London, end quote, and anxious to have the seat of the GC transferred elsewhere. September 12, 1868. There were also several good press reports on the IWA and its Congress in the London papers. The GC was, however, dissatisfied with the reporter role assumed by Icarius, who magnified his minor role at the Congress so as to make himself the, quote, leading man, end quote, and misrepresented the contents of resolutions and their originators. He received a sharp censure from the council. Marx reported to Siegfried Mayer in New York about the reception of the Congress in the British press. Quote, it is the first time that the Times has abandoned its derisive tone when speaking of the working class and takes it, quote, very, end quote, seriously, end quote. Marx to Siegfried Mayer, September 14th, 1868. The ADAV was disbanded by the Leipzig police on September 16th. A group under the leadership of von Schweitzer reconstituted itself under the same name in Berlin 3 weeks later, while those who distanced themselves from Schweitzer's Lassalleanism grouped around Liebknecht and Bebel. The Liebknecht-Bebel faction was opposed in particular to Schweitzer's stand on the trade union question, since he evidently wished to monopolize and subject them to his personal influence. In a letter to Engels, Marx commented on the German working class movement. It was time that these people learned to act independently of a higher authority. Quote, a race which has been so bureaucratically schooled has to go through an entire course in, quote, self-help, end quote. On the other hand, however, they definitely have the advantage of beginning the movement, historically speaking, under more highly developed conditions than the English, and, as Germans, have heads on their shoulders which are capable of generalizing." End quote. September 26, 1868, Marx. Although Marx instructed Liebknecht on tactics of the campaign against Schweitzer and the other Lassallians, he refused to interfere himself or launch an action in the name of the IWA. When Schweitzer himself asked Marx to mediate in the dispute between himself and Liebknecht and Bebel, Marx replied that as secretary for Germany in the GC he had no choice but to observe the strictest neutrality. However, this did not exclude the possibility that he might one day criticize the Lassalle cult in his private capacity as a writer. Again, Marx specified the points of difference between Lassalle and himself. From the outset, Lassalle had believed that he had found a, quote, cure-all, end quote, for the problems of the masses, and this attitude lent his agitation a sectarian religious note. Quote, "He committed Proudhon's mistake of not seeking the real basis for his agitation in the existing elements of the class movement, but wanted to prescribe to the movement its course according to a certain doctrinaire formula," end quote. Marx to J.B. v. Schweitzer, October 13, 1868. In September, Marx was informed by the St. Petersburg economist Nikolai Danielson that the first translation of Capital was being made into Russian. Reporting this unexpected news to Kugelmann, Marx said, quote, "It is an irony of fate that the Russians, whom I have fought constantly for the past 25 years, not only in German, but also in French and English, have always been my, quote, patrons," end quote, end quote. All this interest of the Russians was not to be overestimated, however, for, quote, "the same Russians who are educated in the West and yearn passionately for the most extreme radicalism offered in Europe become scoundrels once they enter the civil service of their native country," end quote. October 12, 1868. On the request of the Russian publisher N.P. Polyakov, as transmitted by Danielson, Marx furnished the latter with autobiographical material for an introduction to the new edition along with a bibliography of his works, most of which were long out of print. October 7, 1868. For his works on the, quote, economics, Marx was now investigating blue books and other documents on Irish property relations and tenant rights, which he had found by accident in a small second-hand bookshop in London. These papers helped him enormously with his analysis of ground rent. He explained to Engels why. Quote, "Only by replacing conflicting dogmas with conflicting facts and the real antagonisms can political economy be changed into positive science." October 10, 1868. In October, Dietzken sent Marx the manuscript of his work, Das Wesen der menschlichen Kopfarbeit, The Essence of Human Brainwork, for critical appraisal. Marx commented that Dietzken's writings, quote, "turned in circles," end quote, lacked, quote, "dialectical development," and ought to be greatly condensed. Letter to Engels, October 3, 1868. Engels found that it showed remarkable instinct and would be, quote, "even brilliant if one could be sure he had discovered it for himself," end quote. November 6, 1868. Engels. Marx rejected Engels' suspicion that Dietzken might have borrowed from other writers, adding that, quote, "it is his misfortune that it was precisely Hegel whom he did not study," ... end quote. November 7, 1868. To Mayer and August Vogt in New York, Marx remarked that, quote, that judging from his correspondence with Dietzken, the latter was, quote, "one of the most genial working men," end quote, he knew. October 28, 1868. Dietzken wrote a review of Capital for the Demokratisches Wochenblatt upon Marx's request, August-September 1868. In December 1868, Marx wrote to Kugelmann about Dietzken's manuscript, saying that it contained, quote, "despite a certain confusion and excessive repetitiveness, much excellent material and, as the independent effort of a working man, is even much to be admired," end quote. December 5, 1868. In November, Marx was invited to dine at the home of the English journalist Charles Collet, former collaborator on Urquhart's Free Press and now editor of the Diplomatic Review. Marx elaborated his views on the 1844 Bank Act, currently subject of debate between Urquhart and Collet. Marx subsequently formulated these views in a series of letters to Collet, one of which, published in the Diplomatic Review on December 2nd, argued that this act was more than a boon for Russia on the British money market. Quote, This law literally delivers England the richest country in the world, to the mercy of the Muscovite government. To the mercy of the Muscovite government, the most insolvent country in Europe, end quote. Late in November 1868, J.P. Becker of the IWA in Geneva wrote to Marx, in the name of the Alliance de la Démocratie Socialiste, I don't know how you say it, socialiste, that this newly founded organization desired admittance to the International. Shortly thereafter, Mikhail Bakunin, who headed the alliance, spoke at a meeting of the Peace and Freedom League in Berlin in favor of legislation to equalize the economic differences between classes and individuals. Marx was strongly critical of this standpoint, which, apart from being totally unrealistic, denied the necessity of revolutionizing the property relations that lay at the source of this inequality. On December 15, 1868, Bakunin's request that the alliance be admitted to the IWA was formally presented to the GC through Becker. Marx recounted the happenings to Engels on the same day. Becker had written that the society should accept the Russian group to make up for its, quote, failing, quote, idealism, end quote, end quote. But the council had decided to repudiate the interlopers publicly, and Marx was charged with writing the decree. Quote, I regret this whole thing because of old Becker, end quote, he confessed to Engels. Quote, yet our society cannot commit suicide on account of old Becker, end quote. December 15, 1868. Engels agreed that the GC could not allow Bakunin's organization to exist within the IWA. Quote, there would be 2 general councils and even 2 congresses. That's the state within the state. And from the outset, a conflict would break out between the practical council in London and the, quote, idealist and theoretical council in Geneva, end quote. December 18, 1868. Engels advised Marx not to attribute too much importance to this, quote, Russian intrigue, end quote. Quote, when dealing with a Russian, one must never lose his temper, end quote. The alliance's program, he added, was the most lamentable he had ever seen. Quote, Siberia, a belly and a young Polish girlfriend seemed to have made of Bakunin a perfect ox, end quote. December 18, 1868. Footnote. For his revolutionary activities of 1848 to 49, Bakunin languished 6 years in a Russian prison, suffering from scurvy and malnutrition, until in 1857 the Tsar Alexander II offered Bakunin the alternative of Siberian exile. There he married a young Polish woman who found a gainful employ as a merchant's agent. After 2 years thus spent, he finally escaped down the Amur River and boarded a ship to America. I thought I heard something about Bakunin, like, going through Japan into America, but I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, end footnote. Where am I? On December 22nd, 1868, the GC passed Marx's resolution on the alliance, which stated that the presence of a second international organization within the IWA would lead to disorder and make the association the, quote, plaything for intriguers of all race and nationality, end quote. This resolution was communicated confidentially to all the members of the IWA on the continent in order to avoid an open dispute and to save Becker from attacks. Alerted by a friend that Marx opposed his party program, Bakunin at once wrote him an effusive assurance of his friendship and admiration, quote, I am doing now what you began to do 20 years ago. Since my solemn political adieus to the bourgeoisie at the Bern Congress, I have known no other society, no other milieu than the world of the working man. My fatherland is now the International, and you are one of its principal founders. So you see, dear friend, I am your disciple and proud of it. I'll take a picture of that. Engels was now negotiating for a settlement with his partner in the company, Ehrman and Engels, in order to retire from commerce altogether. He asked Marx for a complete statement of all his debts and proposed a yearly income of £350 for the Marx family, a sum which he would be able to guarantee out of the settlement of the coming 5 to 6 years. Marx was, quote, completely knocked down, end quote, by his friend's generosity. Their debts, he wrote, amounted to some £210, but he was certain that the sum mentioned for the yearly income would suffice for them, since Laura and Paul Lafargue were now living in Paris. His oldest daughter, Jenny, had recently, without her father's knowledge, accepted employment as a tutor for a Scottish family living in London in order to help with expenses and to have a change of surroundings. His wife, Jenny, Marx added, had completely lost her good humor through the trials of the past years, quote, explainable through the circumstances, but not any pleasanter for all that, and torments the children to death with her complaints and irritability, although no children support everything in a more jolly way than they do. There are limits to everything, end quote. Marx, November 30th, 1868. Writing to Kugelmann about his prospects of good fortune, Marx inquired if his wife were active in the German women's emancipation campaign, and declared, quote, I think that the German women should begin by pushing their men to self-emancipation, end quote. December 5th, 1868. In his next letter, Marx again took up the question of women's emancipation, remarking that the Americans were making greater progress in this respect than the English, who were handicapped by their narrow-mindedness, but less so than the so-called, quote, gallant, end quote, Frenchmen. In the spirit of Fourier, he said, quote, everyone who knows anything about history knows also that great historical revolutions are impossible without female ferment. Social progress can be measured precisely by the social position of the fair sex, the ugly ones included. Marx, December 12, 1868. 1869, new section. On January 1st, 1869, Marx received a very special New Year's gift, quote, the dignity of grandfather, end quote, to Engels, January 1st, 1869. However, illness kept him from enjoying his new role as grandfather of Charles Etienne Lafargue, and from working on his, quote, economics until mid-February 1869. Marx informed Engels of the decision taken in the Council against the admittance of Bakunin's alliance and of the subsequent letters of solidarity from members in Brussels, Rouen, Lyon, and elsewhere. Not a single dissenting voice was heard. Quote, it is clear that this group did not proceed quite honestly from the fact that we were not informed about their founding and their doings until after they had tried to win over the Brussels group, etc., end quote. Marx to Engels, January 28, 1869. Liebknecht reported, moreover, that in Switzerland and Germany, break was in the offing and could be avoided only if Becker were to put an end to his relations with Bakunin and himself abandon his dictatorial manner. During Marx's illness, Jenny Marx wrote to Becker, warning him gently that, quote, one can't quite trust the Russians, end quote. January 10th, 1869. After a long bout with flu and the London fog, Marx resumed his correspondence with Kugelmann, whom he informed about the latest critiques of capital. Quote, a lecturer in political economy at a German university writes to me that I have fully convinced him, but that his position absolutely forbids him and other colleagues from expressing this conviction. The cowardliness of the academic mandarins on the one hand and the conspiracy of silence with the bourgeois and reactionary press on the other are doing me great harm, end quote. February 11th, 1869. Marx also reported on a letter written by Arnold Ruge to a Manchester businessman, Steinthal. Ruge characterized capital as a, quote, epoch-making work, end quote, which went over the heads of many, but he nevertheless expressed his assurance that the book would exert a powerful influence on its audience. See Ruge to Steinthal, January 25th, 1869. Once again in attendance at the GC meetings, Marx proposed on February 16, 1869, that the question of landed property, credit, and general education be placed on the agenda for the year's Congress, under the pretext that the resolutions passed by the German section of the London GC in Geneva, 1867, formed part of the platform adopted in Brussels, 1868. The IWA now published these resolutions as a fly sheet. Despite recurrent hepatitis, Marx returned to work on his, quote, economics in February 1869, thinking that he could finish Volume 2 by summer 1869, when he planned to return to the continent to deliver it and pay another visit to Kugelmann. In March, Marx read Hippolyte Castile's Les Massacres de Juin 1848. So I guess that's like the Massacre of June 1848, published in 1869, and Auguste Fermor's Les Hommes de 1848, also published in 1869, which I guess is the Men of 1848, and was prompted to remark that, quote, the Parisians are formally rehearsing once more their recent revolutionary past in order to prepare themselves for the impending new revolutionary business, end quote. To Kugelmann, March 3rd, 1869, Marx. As a, quote, Sunday amusement, end quote, he was also studying organic chemistry. Engels was requested to prepare a report for the GC on the regulations of the coal miners' guilds in Saxony. Adopted on February 23rd in Council, this report was translated by Marx into German and published in the Sozialdemokrat and other German journals. From Paul Lafargue, who was often in the company of the Blanquists, wrote to Marx that Blanqui himself had a copy of Mystère de la Philosophie, which he often lent to friends, and that the French leader, quote, has the greatest esteem for you, ... He has found the best word I know for Proudhon. He calls him a hygrometer, end quote. See Marx to Engels, March 1st, 1869. On March 4th, 1869, Marx received a letter from the Alliance declaring that, in compliance with the GC's resolution on December 22nd, 1868, the statutes and program of their organization had been changed to permit the sections to be disbanded as sections of the Alliance and reconstituted as members of the International Workingmen's Association. Marx then drafted a letter to the Alliance, which was accepted by the Council on March 9th, 1869, and permitted the sections to join the International as long as their statutes did not conflict with the principles of the IWA and its general trend towards, quote, the complete emancipation of the working classes, end quote. The sections were asked to strike from their statutes phrases dealing with, quote, social, political, and economic equalization of classes, end quote, which, apart from being unrealistic, contradicted the, quote, historically necessary superseding, quote, abolition of classes, end quote, end quote. The true aim of the proletarian movement. With these reservations, the Council declared itself prepared to accept Bakunin's Alliance sections into the IWA. In a private letter to Icarius, the Alliance indirectly answered the Council's critique of its program, maintaining that it had done more with its, quote, revolutionary, end quote, program for the working class movement in Spain and Italy and elsewhere than the IWA had done in years. Were the IWA to repudiate the Alliance's program, moreover, quote, we would cause a split between the countries with a, quote, revolutionary working men's movement, bracket, Italy, Spain, France, and Switzerland, end bracket, ... and the countries with a more slowly developing working class, Germany, England, United States, and Belgium. In other words, a split between the volcanic and plutonic working men's movements on the one hand and the aqueous or aqueous on the other. What is really amusing is that the Swiss represent the revolutionary type. Marx to Engels, March 14th, 1869. For two reasons, Marx was now interested in acquiring British nationality. As a British citizen, he would be able to travel undisturbed to France, where he wished to visit his daughter and her family, negotiate for a French translation of the first volume of Capital. Marx to Engels, March 20th, 1869. After reading an article by the English socialist John Malcolm Ludlow on Lassalle, Marx was persuaded to send Ludlow a copy of Capital together with a letter pointing out certain errors in the article. It was not Marx who propagated Lassallean principles in England, but Lassalle who borrowed Marx's theoretical precepts, applying them, however, in a manner totally different from Marx's. His practical nostrums, government aid to cooperative societies. Marx remarked, quote, I call by courtesy his, end quote. April 10th, 1869. On May 4th, 1869, the Council adopted an address entitled, quote, The Belgian Massacres, end quote, and prepared by Marx, calling on the workmen of Europe and America to support the striking miners of Serang who had been brutally victimized by the Belgian government, playing the, quote, gendarme of capital, end quote. In Belgium, quote, model state of continental constitutionalism, the smug, well-hedged little paradise of the landlord, the capitalist and the priest, end quote, crimes were being committed against the working class, which hastened rather than delayed the inevitable catastrophic crisis of capital. On May 12, 1869, Marx presented a second appeal to the working men of America, cautioning them to avoid a war, quote, not hallowed by a sublime purpose and great social necessity, end quote, such as that which threatened between England and America. On the working class devolved the task of proving that it was now conscious of its own social responsibility and, quote, able to command peace where their would-be masters shout war, end quote. Both addresses were passed over in silence by the London press. In preparation for the next International Congress, César de Pape of Belgium asked Marx to elaborate his views on the question of landed property in order to counter the arguments of the French and Belgian Proudhonists, early July 1869. In the Council of June 22, 1869, a 5-point program was adopted for the Congress. 1. Landed property. 2. The right to inheritance. 3. The utilization of credit by the working class. 4. The question of general education. 5. The influence of trade unions on the working class emancipation. On July 6, 1869, a discussion on landed property took place in the Council. Marx said that social necessity demanded that feudal property be transformed into the common property of the peasantry. Quote, in England, the proprietor has ceased to be a necessity in agriculture, end quote. He strongly criticized the notion of there being a, quote, abstract natural right, end quote, to property, quote, every possible form of oppression has been justified by abstract right. It was high time to abandon this mode of agitation, end quote, he concluded. Minutes, July 6, 1869. During a brief visit to Manchester with his daughter Eleanor, May 25th to June 14th, Marx made the acquaintance of the English geologist, John Dawkins, and was impressed with the childlike naivety and utter lack of arrogance that characterized this devoted man of science, who was so eager to share his discoveries with others. Marx wrote to his daughter Jenny that Dawkins, Dakyns, is also an outspoken enemy of the Comtists or positivists. We agree that the only positive thing about them is their arrogance, end quote. June 10, 1869. After his return to London, Marx wrote a preface for the second edition of the 18th Brumaire, which was published by Meissner in Hamburg on July 20th. Here Marx expressed the hope that this new edition would dispel some of the confusion which accompanied the current usage of the term Caesarism as a superficial historical analogy. Quote, one forgets Sismondi's celebrated dictum, quote, the Roman proletariat lived at society's expense, while modern society lives at the proletariat's expense, end quote. Given such totally different material and economic conditions between the class struggles in antiquity and those of modern times, the resulting political forms can have no more in common than the Archbishop of Canterbury and the High Priest of Samuel, end quote. On July 1st, 1869, Engels announced that the, quote, sweet, end bracket, commerce, end quote, was now finished for him, and that the details of his settlement with Ehrman had been worked out, and that he had celebrated his first day of freedom by taking a long walk in the fields with his young guest Eleanor. Marx received a letter from Liebknecht in July 1869, full of, quote, musts, which Marx had no intention of fulfilling. The Germans should first join the IWA and create their own strong party organization. Marx explained to Engels then he would be interested in eventually joining their activities. Quote, moreover, it must be clearly understood that for us the new organization must be neither a, quote, people's party, end quote, nor a Lassallean church, end quote. July 3rd, 1869. Were the IWA and Marx to intervene at the present time in the affairs of the German Social Democrats, the changes thus accomplished would have been made under pressure instead of being, quote, the free action of the working men themselves, end quote. Marx turned down Liebknecht's invitation to attend the Congress at Eisenach. Unable to procure himself a legitimate passport, Marx traveled incognito to Paris for 5 days in July, where he spent his time exclusively within the family circle and took long walks to the streets on both sides of the Seine. See Marx to Engels, July 14, 1869. He noticed in particular the changes wrought by Haussmann to the Quartier near the Louvre. The question of inheritance rights was put to the IWA for discussion by the Bakuninists. Marx spoke on the matter in the July 20th, 1869 session of the GCC. Marx spoke on the matter in the July 22nd. Marx spoke on the matter in the July 20th session of the GC. Jesus Christ. Remarking that it was uninteresting for the working class to debate this issue, for it had nothing to inherit in any case. Instead, Marx emphasized, quote, our efforts must be directed to the end that no instruments of production should be private property, ... If we had such a state of things, the right of inheritance would be of no use, end quote. Minutes, July 20th, 1869. For the present, the abolition of inheritance rights would cause only hardships and fear of the future. The working class's immediate goal should be to effect a progressive taxation of inheritance. Marx termed the Bakuninist agitation on this question reactionary and false. He therefore prepared a 4-point resolution on inheritance, which is based on his arguments from the June 20th debate and adopted by the Council on August 3rd. Here Marx stated that, quote, the disappearance of the right of inheritance will be the natural result of a social change superseding private property and the means of production. But the abolition of the right of inheritance can never be the starting point of such a social transformation. End quote. Marx. Faced with numerous problems within the IWA and unable to work effectively because of illness, Marx confided to Engels that, quote, if I knew of people anywhere who would not compromise us with their stupidities, I would be very pleased to see the General Council removed from here. The business is getting tiresome, end quote. August 4th, 1869. On August 10th, 1869, the Council continued its debate on the points of the coming Congress program, with point 4 on general education. Marx declared himself in favor of compulsory public education at lower levels, while he thought that higher education should be paid for. Quote, a proper system of education was required to bring about a change of social circumstances, end quote. Marx states, yet social change was needed to establish a proper educational system, and quote, therefore we must commence where we were, end quote. Minutes, August 10th, 1869. The discussion was continued on August 17, 1869, when the council members agreed to a resolution that mental education should be combined with bodily labor, gymnastics, and technological training. Marx spoke against instruction in schools on subjects that, quote, admitted of party or class interpretation, end quote. Becker, in the meantime, had drawn up a list of theses concerning the future organization of a socialist party in Germany as a branch of the IWA. In a letter to Engels on July 30th, 1869, Marx criticized Becker's project as artificial and arbitrary and said that it contained no elements of the real historical relations in the present labor struggle. He suspected that there was more to this project than met the eye. Quote, it is most obvious that the fat Bakunin is behind all this. If that damned Russian really thinks he is going to work his way up to the head of the workers' movement with intrigues, then it is time he was taught a good lesson, and that we raised the question of whether a pan-Slavist has any right at all to be a member of an international working men's association. End quote. July 30th, 1869. In August 1869, the German journal Die Zukunft published Engels' first biographical sketch of Marx, crediting him with the principal authorship of the Communist Manifesto. Of Capital, Engels said, quote, this work contains the results of a whole lifetime of study, is the political economy of the working class reduced to its scientific expression, end quote. Between August 7th and 9th at the Congress in Eisenach, the German Social Democratic Working Men's Party was founded, SDAP. Members of the new party were encouraged to join the IWA as individuals. Marx was kept informed on the proceedings at the Congress by Liebknecht, whom he criticized for his lack of good political sense. Quote, the idiot believes in the future, quote, state of democracy, end quote. As the case may be, this means either constitutional England or the bourgeois United States or miserable Switzerland, end quote. Letter to Engels, August 10th, 1869. Marx composed this year's report of the Council to the Congress, which was held in Basel, Switzerland, from September 7th to 11th. The report stressed the role of the Council in the economic struggles of the working class, especially its support of strikers in Switzerland and France, and recounted the harassments and persecution to which the various national groups were subjected. Marx, who again did not personally attend, received regular reports from Lessner. The resolution, proposed by the General Council, on the right of inheritance was rejected. The Congress resolved instead that society had the right to abolish private property and convert it into communal property. An administrative resolution was passed, giving the Council the right to suspend a section from the organization until the next Congress. One of the sequels to the Basel Congress was the founding in London of a Land and Labor League, whose program, drawn up by Acarius with the help of Marx's suggestions, contained demands for financial and fiscal reforms, reforms of the educational system, nationalization of land, reduction of working hours, and the Chartist demands for universal suffrage and the abolition of standing armies. The League worked in cooperation with the IWA. From early September until October 11, 1869, Marx traveled on the continent, accompanied by his daughter Jenny. In Siegburg, Germany, they paid a visit to Joseph Dietzken, who had recently emigrated from Russia. In Hanover, while a guest of the Kugelmann family, Marx was visited by a deputation from a local branch of the trade union led by J.B. von Schweitzer, refused their invitation to lecture to their organization, but nevertheless expounded his view of trade unions as, quote, schools for socialism, end quote. He told them that the working class trade unions have no need of political organizations, for they already represent the true working men's party, and as such present an imposing bulwark against capital. September 30th, 1869. After his return from Germany, Marx received from Danielson in St. Petersburg a 500-page Russian manuscript written by a certain N. Florovsky, and said to be the result of 15 years' research. He then began learning Russian in order to read this work dealing with the situation of the working class and peasantry in Russia. At this time, he was working on the section of Book 3, which concerned land rent and differential rent. He did considerable reading on the Irish question, as well as works by Arthur Young, Edward Gibbon Wakefield, Edward Davies, John Patrick Prendergast, speeches by John Philpot Curran, and pamphlets of E. and A. O'Connor. Following a demonstration for the imprisoned Fenians in London on October 24, 1869, Marx spoke of the council, pointing out the fact that, quote, at least a part of the English working class has lost their prejudice against the Irish, end quote. Minutes, October 26, 1869. On November 16, 1869, the council debated the problem of the British government's attitude towards the Irish. Marx denounced Gladstone's conduct as inspired by the traditional, quote, policy of conquest, end quote, and proposed a resolution which would express the council's admiration for the, quote, spirited and high-souled manner in which the Irish people carry on their amnesty movement, end quote. Minutes, November 16, 1869. The debate was continued at the next, quote, fiery, heated, violent, end quote, session on November 30th, 1869. Marx repeated his standpoint that, quote, political prisoners are not treated anywhere so badly as in England, end quote. His resolution on the British government in the Irish amnesty affair was finally adopted by a unanimous vote. Writing to Kugelmann on November 29, 1869, Marx told of his anti-Gladstone campaign in the Fenian affair and stated categorically that England's working class would never accomplish anything important before separating itself from the government's politics on Ireland. The first condition of the English emancipation, namely the fall of landed aristocracy, would never be achieved as long as the aristocracy maintained its, quote, heavily fortified outposts in Ireland, end quote. November 29, 1869. The present relation to Ireland handicapped not only England's internal social development, but also its foreign policy, notably its relationship with Russia and America. The treatment accorded the Fenians was symbolic of British rule in Ireland. Quote, England has in fact never governed Ireland in any other way and cannot do so as long as the present relation continues, except through the most abhorrent reign of terror and the most despicable corruption, end quote. For the next debate on Ireland, Marx now planned to speak on the three most important points in Ireland's movement. 1. Opposition to the lawyers and trading politicians and Blarney. 2. Opposition to the dictates of the clergymen who, Oh, this is a quote. Quote. 1. Opposition to the lawyers and trading politicians and Blarney. Trading politicians and Blarney. Sick. SIC as in the original. 2. Opposition to the dictates of the clergymen, who, are traitors. 3. Build up the agricultural laboring class, against the farming class. End quote. Letter to Engels, December 10th, 1869. In contrast to his earlier views, expressed for example in the Daily Tribune, Marx now held that, apart from any humanist considerations, the Irish question was of the utmost importance for the social movement because, quote, the English working class can never accomplish anything before it has gotten rid of Ireland, end quote. The secretary of the Geneva IWA committee informed Marx in October that Bakunin was busy disorganizing everything through his tyranny. Writing in a Swiss journal, the latter had implied, moreover, that the German and English working men had no need of individuality and were thereafter able to submit to the, quote, communisme autoritaire of the General Council. Quote, Bakunin, in contrast, represents le collectivisme anarchique. Anarchy reigns in any case in his head, where there is room for only one clear idea, that Bakunin must play first fiddle, end quote. Marx to Engels, October 30th, 1869. Marx made an issue of Bakunin's most recent maneuver at a GC session on December 14th. There it was decided to address a message to the Federal Council of Romance, Switzerland, in reply to the scandalous attacks by Bakunin and his cohorts on the council. Marx sketched out the intended reply in a letter to Engels on the 17th of December, observing that, quote, as soon as a Russian moves in, all hell breaks loose. For all organs of the IWA not at his disposal, Bakunin was trying to win status in Germany through an alliance with Schweitzer, and in France by flatteries to the editors of the journal Le Travail. Marx interpreted this to mean that Bakunin, quote, thinks the moment has come to pick a public quarrel with us and assigns himself the role of guardian of true proletarianism, end quote. Marx, December 17th, 1869. 1870, new section. Give me 1 second. Okay. At the turn of the year, the Lafargues made Marx a grandfather for the second time. This child, a daughter, died, however, about 2 months later. Marx's health continued to be poor, and unwilling as he was to restrict his many activities, he was finally too ill to leave the house after mid-January 1870 and missed the council meetings for the next month. At a special session of the GC on the 1st of January 1870, Marx presented the draft of the circular, which he had composed in reply to the attacks published in the Geneva IWA organ, Égalité. Under Bakunin's influence, the editors of Égalité had reproached the council with neglecting its duties and criticized the combination of the General Council with the Federal Council for England. Marx explained the reason for the latter, quote, although revolutionary initiative will probably come from France, England alone can serve as the lever for a serious economic revolution, ... It is the only country where the capitalist form, i.e. combined labor on a large scale under capitalist masters, embraces virtually the whole of production, ... where the great majority of the population consists of wage laborers, where the class struggle and organization of the working class by the trades unions has acquired a certain degree of maturity and universality, end quote. End quote. Since England had the, quote, material necessity of social revolution, end quote, the General Council would invest it with the, quote, spirit of generalization and revolutionary fervor, end quote. It was consequently better placed there than elsewhere. Marx's circular also replied to an accusation of Égalité, which necessitated a definition of the Council's stand on Ireland. He repeated the statement that the precondition for English social emancipation was the transformation of Ireland's forced union with England into a confederation or into complete independence of the two countries. While Marx was ill, Jenny wrote a letter to Engels describing her husband's recent activities. Quote, "He's begun studying Russian as if it were a matter of life and death," end quote, and seeking their friend's aid in persuading Marx to change his habits. Jenny added in a wistful tone, quote, "How often I secretly wished you had been here during the past years, Herr Engels. Many things would have been otherwise," end quote. January 17th, 1869. Engels thereupon wrote, 1870, Engels thereupon wrote to Marx, warning in a gentle manner that, quote, "If only in the interest of your second volume, you need to change your way of living," end quote. January 19th, 1870. It was none other than Bakunin who had received the commission to translate Capital into Russian for the St. Petersburg publisher. Writing to Alexander Herzen on January 4th, 1870, Bakunin called the work, quote, "Marx's Economic Metaphysics," end quote. Following Marx's move against his intrigues in the Geneva organization, Bakunin had moved to the Ticino, Ticino, in Switzerland, and 6 of his adherents left the staff of Egalité. Bakunin and Marx wrote to Engels on February 10th, 1870, quote, "imagines that we are, quote, too bourgeois," end quote, and therefore incapable of understanding and appreciating his lofty conceptions about the, quote, "right of inheritance," end quote, equality and the suppression of the, quote, "international," end quote, of the state system as it existed up until now, end quote. According to a letter recently communicated to Marx, Henri Perret to Hermann Jung on January 4th, 1870, Bakunin and his friends had only nominally disbanded the alliance and continued their plots to bring confusion into the IWA. Their method was to place alliance members in the federal councils of each country they desired to infiltrate. Marx quoted Perret as saying that Bakunin and his men were, quote, "authoritarian and tolerate no contradictions," end quote. That furthermore they took recourse to slander and deliberate lies to attain these ends. Marx to Des Papes, January 24th, 1870. After practicing his Russian on Herzen's book, Prison and Exile, Marx began his study of Florovsky's book in February 1870. Marx reported to Engels that judging from the first 150 pages that he had read with the aid of his dictionary, the work was original and rich in valuable observation, especially of the family life and customs of the Russian peasants. Even more, he found that Florovsky was free from mysticism, socialist doctrine, and nihilist excesses, and a decided opponent of, quote, "Russian optimism," end quote. He compared the situation of the Russian peasantry with that of the rural population in France under Louis XIV. Both bore a heavy burden of taxation. Marx concluded from his reading that, quote, "the present conditions in Russia are no longer tenable, that the emancipation of the slaves has only accelerated the process of dissolution, and that a terrible social revolution is imminent," end quote. Marx to Engels, February 12, 1870. Marx's critique of Florovsky was not entirely positive, however, for he thought the author erred by believing in the, quote, perfectible of the Russian nation and in, quote, les principes providentiels, end quote, of communal property in its Russian form. Letter to Paul and Laura Laforgue, March 5th, 1870. Nevertheless, Russia's importance in Europe was not to be underestimated. The two great nations of present-day Europe were, in Marx's opinion, England and Russia. With her father's assistance, Jenny Marx wrote a series of articles appealing for the amnesty of the imprisoned Fenians. The articles appeared under the pen name J. Williams in the liberal Paris daily La Marseillaise. La Marseillaise. God, I don't know how to say that. I never learned how to say that word. La Marseillaise. I don't know. In March and April, the purpose of Jenny's articles, as Marx explained to Engels, was, quote, to show how the English press suppresses facts which appear in the Irish papers and finally publishes them only when on an exceptional occasion they come from Paris. The English press is soon going to realize that the idyllic days of systematic lying and suppression of the facts are over. End quote. March 10th, 1870. On a motion by Marx, the GC resolved to admit to the International a Paris organization called the Société des Prolétaires Positivistes, whose program professed orthodox Comtism. Although its members were all working men, the society was fundamentally philosophical rather than proletarian and opposed, quote, every religion but Comte's, end quote. March 15, 1870. The society was admitted under the condition that it drop, quote, positivism, end quote, from its official program, since this conflicted with the statutes of the IWA. Quote, as for the rest, end quote, Marx told Engels, quote, it is their affair how they harmonize their private philosophic views with the views in our statutes, end quote. March 19, 1870. Bakunin, meanwhile, continued the attacks against Marx using the various IWA journals as his media. When Liebknecht's journal, The Volksstaat, published a reply by Bakunin to another article written by Marx's friend Borkheim, Marx protested to Liebknecht for aiding this intriguer and reproached him also for the traces of Lassalleanism in his paper. See Marx to Engels, March 16, 1870. Sometime at the beginning of the year, Marx began working on the problem of landed property for the second book of Capital and the circulation process of capital. On January 24, 1870, he wrote De Pape for detailed information on the Belgian system of property and land and asked for a list of the most important books on land and agriculture in Belgium. As far as his health allowed, Marx devoted his time chiefly to the activities of the IWA. On the 22nd of March, he accepted an offer to represent the newly founded anti-Bakuninist Russian section in the General Council. The group based their request to Marx on the similarity in the, quote, practical character of the movement, end quote, in Russia and Germany, and stated that they were anxious to check pan-Slavism in Russia by promoting the International. In his message of acceptance, Marx praised their expressed desire to work for the emancipation of Poland. In doing so, he wrote, quote, Russian socialists take on themselves the lofty task of destroying the military regime that is essential for the overall emancipation of the European proletariat, end quote. Kugelmann transmitted for Marx a confidential communique to the SDAP in Germany, which included the January 1st circular and a detailed letter exposing Bakunin's European activities since his meeting with Marx in November 1864. Marx depicted Bakunin as deceitful, treacherous, ambitious to make of the International his own personal tool and, quote, one of the most ignorant men in the field of social theory, end quote, announcing the foundation of the new Russian section in Geneva, quote, Les Jeunes Russes. He expressed the optimistic conviction that, quote, at last on the terrain of the International, this highly dangerous game of intrigues will thus soon be over, end quote. March 28, 1870. During April, both Bakunin and the Irish question continued to absorb Marx's attention. Reporting to Mayer and Vogt in New York, Marx said that his lengthy study of Irish conditions and their relation to England had led him to conclude that, quote, the decisive blow against the ruling classes in England, and this blow is decisive for the working men's movement all over the world, is to be struck not in England but only in Ireland. Not in England but only in Ireland, end quote. April 9th, 1870. He called on the Americans to cooperate with the Irish working men, a step which would be the, quote, greatest deed, end quote, they could presently accomplish. Henri Verlet, a member of the staff of the journal La Libre Pensée in Paris, wrote to ask Marx's advice about founding a new Paris branch of the IWA. Through Lafargue, Marx sent Verlet a letter of recommendation and warned against giving the new section any sort of sectarian label, which would be contrary to the nature of the proletarian movement. Quote, the general aspirations and tendencies of the working class emanate from the real conditions in which it finds itself placed. They are therefore common to the whole class although the movement reflects itself in their heads in the most diversified forms, more or less fantastical, more or less adequate. Those to interpret best the hidden sense of the class struggle going on before our eyes, the communists are the last to commit the blunder of affecting or fostering sectarianism. End quote. To Lafargue, April 18th, 1870. The following day, Marx sent Lafargue a letter intended to prepare the latter for his post as special correspondent from the General Committee to the Paris Federal Council, outlining Bakunin's conspiratorial activities within the IWA. Marx commented that under the pretext of making, quote, la propagande théorique. Bakunin had created his own organization in the International, which was, quote, by and by to be converted into an instrument de rus Bakunin, end quote. The program of this alliance contained 3 points: abolition of inheritance, equality between classes, and abstention of the working class from politics, demonstrating clearly Bakunin's failure to see that, quote, every class movement as a class movement is necessarily and always a political movement. This, then, is the whole theoretical baggage of Muhammad Bakunin, a Muhammad without a Quran, end quote. Marx concluded, April 19th, 1870. In the General Council, on April 26, 1870, Marx moved that the IWA dissolve all ties of the London journal Beehive, which now, quote, preached harmony with the capitalists, end quote, where the association's principles declared open war against capitalist rule. The motion was passed and Marx was charged with editing a declaration to this effect. From Geneva, Marx received on April 29, 1870, copies of the first Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto, published late in 1869. Its translator, presumed to be Bakunin, was not named. At the end of the month, Marx was called to the deathbed of his friend and IWA comrade in arms, Karl Schaper. Who expressed to Marx to his last wish, quote, tell our people that I've remained true to our principles. During the reactionary period, I had much to do to raise my family. I have lived as a hard-working laborer and died as a proletarian, end quote. Marx to Engels, April 28, 1870. On the 3rd of May, Marx reported to the Council on police reprisals in Paris against members of the International. He proposed that they issue a statement which emphasized that the IWA was on no account a secret society plotting against the French Emperor. Rather, quote, if the working classes, who form the great bulk of all nations, who produce all their wealth, and in the name of whom even the usurping powers always pretend to rule, conspire, they conspire publicly, as the sun conspires against the darkness, in the full consciousness that without their pale there exists no legitimate power. Minutes, May, end quote, minutes, 30th, end quote, minutes, May 3rd, 1870. Despite arrests in numerous French cities, protest committees were being formed with increased participation of the working men, striking evidence that the IWA was proletarian and open. Marx attributed great importance to these incidents, saying in a letter to Engels that, quote, the French government has finally done what we have wanted for such a long time, to change the political question, empire or republic, into a question of life and death for the working class, end quote. May 18th, 1870. In his absence from the council meeting on June 21st, 1870, Marx was entrusted with the task of writing an address on the lockout of the building trades in Geneva. He presented this appeal to the working class on behalf of the Swiss strikers on the meeting on July 5th, 1870. In order to avoid a possible conflict over the retention of the General Council in London, Marx proposed that they suggested the next Congress to transfer the seat to Brussels, June 28, 1870. On July 3, 1870, Marx was visited for the first time by the Russian emigrant Hermann Lopatin, who informed him of the relations between Bakunin and the terrorist Sergei Nechayev, of Chernivtsi's banishment to Siberia, and Florovsky's to a village somewhere in the Russian northwest. The Council established an agenda for the coming Congress in Mainz, including questions on the abolition of public debts, relations between political action and the proletarian social movement, the practical means of converting land into communal property, the conditions for cooperative production on a national scale, and the means of suppressing war. Drawn up by Marx and approved in Council on July 12th, this agenda was published as a handbill in London and reprinted in translation in several European newspapers. An expanded version was sent by Marx to Jung, corresponding secretary for Switzerland, who transmitted it for publication in Swiss and Belgian newspapers. On July 19, 1870, the Council appointed Marx to draw up an address on the Franco-Prussian War. Marx's standpoint on the war was that, for the future of European democracy, it would be more advantageous for the French to suffer defeat. He explained his views in a letter to Engels, quote, if the Prussians are victorious, this will also be a victory for the centralization of state power, which benefits the centralization of the working class. German predominance, moreover, will shift the center of gravity of the West European working men's movement from France to Germany, and you need only compare the movement since 1866 in both countries to see that the German working class is both in theory and in organization ahead of the French. Its ascendancy in the world theater over the French would at the same time mean the ascendancy of our theory over Proudhon's." End quote. July 20th, 1870. After receiving a request from the Pall Mall Gazette in London to be its war correspondent in Prussia, Marx, who turned down the offer, suggested to Engels that he furnish this paper with military articles in the war. He reasoned that although the Gazette was a conservative daily, its foreign policy was anti-Russian, and it enjoyed a wide readership in military circles as the only, quote, non-venal, end quote, paper in London. See letter to Engels, August 3rd, 1870. Between July 1870 and February 1871, Engels published a series of 59 articles in the Pall Mall Gazette under the heading, quote, "Notes on the War," end quote. Marx's address on the war was approved by the General Council on July 23rd and published a fly sheet in London with the same month, and later in French, German, and Russian translations. It began with a reference to the IWA principles as set down in the inaugural address, whereby the working class desired to see the simple laws of justice and morality govern the relations between nations, and appealed to the German people to prevent the present war from degenerating into a war against their French brothers. It warned Germany to beware of the, quote, "dark figure of Russia," end quote, which was willing to offer Prussia its aid. Quote, "Let them remember that, after their war of independence against the first Napoleon, Germany lay for generations prostrate at the feet of the Tsar," end quote. The war was being conducted for reasons of defense and ought not to be turned into a war of aggression. In the name of the English working class, the Council declared in this address its fellowship towards both peoples and its conviction that, quote, "whatever turn the impending horrid war may take, the alliance of the working classes of all countries will ultimately kill war," end quote. On July 28, 1870, Marx wrote to both Lafargue and Engels on the subject of the war, expressing the same views incorporated into the address. Quote, "In point of fact," end quote, he added to Lafargue, quote, "the war of classes in both countries, France and Germany, is too far developed to allow any political war whatever to roll back for a long time, the wheel of history, ... For my own part, I would like that both Prussians and French trashed each other alternately, and that, as I believe will be the case, the Germans got ultimately the better of it. I wish this because the definite defeat of Bonaparte is likely to provoke revolution in France, while the definite defeat of the Germans would only protract the present state of things for 20 years, end quote. Somewhat later, writing again to Engels, Marx criticized the Disraeli-Gladstone plan for alliance between Britain and Russia, and he said he wished to see the English council members take an open and energetic stand against it. August 3rd, 1870. He passed on news of the publicity given to their address on the war by J.S. Mill, who had expressed his high esteem for it. Quote, "There was not one word in it that ought not be there. It could not have been done with fewer words," end quote. Quoted in Le Premier International, edited by C. M. Abramsky, Paris, 1968. Richard Cobden's Peace Society had also declared its solidarity with their views and promised financial aid for the publication of the address. August 8, 1870. Marx learned that Prussian militarists and arch-patriotic bourgeois had proposed the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine, seeing in this proposal the first move toward inevitable war between Germany and Russia allied with France. Marx thereupon addressed a letter to the central office of the SDAP, stating that the only outcome of such a situation would be perpetual war in Europe and the ruin of both France and Germany through mutual self-destruction. Only an honorable peace with France will rid Europe of the Muscovite dictatorship, integrate Prussia into the German nation, and permit the Western continent of peaceable development, and finally aid the genesis of the Russian social revolution, whose elements only need such a push from without for their development, and thus will also benefit the Russian people." End quote. 1870. The SDAP printed this letter as part of its manifesto on the war, issued on September 5th, and also published it in their newspaper, Der Volksstaat, on September 11th. (1870). Using military arguments furnished by Engels, Marx wrote in early September 1870 a second address on the Franco-Prussian War, which was published as a leaflet in English on September 11th to 13th, 1870. This address opposed the anachronistic method of determining national boundaries on the basis of military considerations and warned that, quote, history will measure its retribution not by the extent of the square miles conquered from France, but by the intensity of the crime of reviving, in the second half of the 19th century, the policy of conquest. End quote. After attacking the perennial system of standing armies and Russia's traditional domination over Germany, Marx hailed the advent of the French Republic, despite certain misgivings about its middle-class republican composition. He admonished the French to forget the past and the revolution of 1793, insisting that, quote, they have not to recapitulate the past, but to build up the future. Let them calmly and resolutely improve the opportunities of republican liberties for the work of their own class organization, end quote. 1870. In a letter to F.A. Zorga on September 1st, 1870, Marx maintained that the war would lead to an unavoidable conflict between Germany and Russia. A second war of this kind, he added prophetically, quote, will act as the midwife to the inevitable revolution in Russia, end quote. At this time, Marx began actively agitating for the recognition of the new French Republic by England. In a provocative letter to the English historian and positivist Edward Beazley, Marx demanded, quote, are you going to permit your queen and your oligarchy to abuse upon the dictate of Bismarck England's immense influence, end quote. September 12, 1870. Edward Beazley, who characterized Marx as the most influential man in the International Working Men's Association and Europe's greatest authority on the working class movement, published an article in the Fortnightly Review on the International and its two war addresses, denouncing the conspiracy of silence and the so-called, quote, free, end quote, English press against the French Republic, November 1st, 1870. About mid-September, Engels moved to London with Lizzie Burns and set up their household not far from the Marxes in Maitland Park. From this date, the two friends saw each other almost daily. On October 4th, 1870, Engels was elected to membership in the General Council of the IWA. Marx reported to the council on October 11th, 1870, that a coup attempt by Bakunin in Lyon, where he proclaimed the abolition of all official powers and institutions, had ended in failure. In a letter to Beazley on October 19, 1870, Marx reported that the Paris groups had been the first in the country to proclaim the Republic, and that their move had been echoed in Toulouse and Marseille, where the IWA also had strong sections. Other information which he had received, however, left little reason for rejoicing, for it showed that, quote, the bourgeoisie as a whole prefers Prussian conquest to the victory of the Republic with socialist tendencies, end quote. In December, Marx was addressed by Friedrich Botha, secretary of the New York Labor League, who wrote in the interest of the working men's groups in Chicago and New York to gain their admittance to the IWA. Botha wrote that sufficient interest in the International existed in the USA to warrant the creation of a central committee there to administrate affiliation, propaganda activities, and contributions. Between December and February 1871, Marx several times met the Russian revolutionary Elise Kamenovsky, sent to London by the Russian section in Geneva to discuss with him questions pertaining to the IWA and to the specific problems of rural communes in Russia. On the 13th of December, Marx sent Kugelmann the most recent publication of the IWA and commented on the present course of political events. The German seemed to him to be, quote, drunk with conquest, end quote, pleased to be able to exercise power over their, quote, subjects after a long period of subjection to the authoritarian dictates of the monarchic system. In England, public opinion, which had been pro-Prussian at the outset, had been completely reversed now that signs of the Russo-Prussian alliance had become evident, and after the people had learned of the barbaric excesses of the victorious troops. Marx conjectured about the unpleasant consequences if it should be possible to besiege and then starve out Paris. Quote, however the war may end, end quote, he concluded, quote, it will have given the French proletariat practice in the use of arms, and this is the best guarantee for the future, end quote. December 13th, 1870. 1 second, let me get some water.
Excuse me. New section, 1871. This year is marked by Marx's active participation in the cause of the French Republic, first with practical directives to the commune leaders, later with material support for the refugees from Paris. Marx took a strong stand against the Bismarck regime in Prussia and its subservience to the Tsar. In a letter to the editor of the London Daily News, he exposed the tactics of the Prussian system which had brought about the arrest of Liebknecht and Bebel on charges of high treason. Published on January 19, 1870, under the heading, quote, "The Freedom of the Press and the Debate in Germany." Freedom of the Press and Debate in Germany. Marx's letter closed with the words, quote, "France, its cause fortunately far from desperate, is at this moment fighting not only for its own independence but also for the liberty of Germany and of Europe," end quote. Information on the difficulties of the Prussian occupational forces in France, which Marx received from Johannes Michel, was passed on through Lafargue to the Government of National Defense. Marx, still agitating for the recognition of France's new government by England, reported in detail to Maître on the 21st of January concerning the present stand of the IWA in Europe and the hostility of Gladstone's government towards France. Quote, "Unfortunately," end quote, he observed, quote, "the present French government thinks it can conduct a revolutionary war without a revolution," end quote. Discussions in the GC centered around the reception of the new French government as well. On January 31st, Engels opened a debate on the attitudes of the English working class towards France and spoke out against the Communists who, quote, "advocated compromise to make wage labor tolerable in order to perpetuate it. They belonged to a political sect who believed that France ought to rule the world, ... They demanded that France be restored to the position it occupied before the war," end quote. Minutes. He understood the importance of restraining England from diplomatic sanctions against France and Russia from military interference, adding that only England was powerful enough to oppose Russia. Had war been declared against Russia, France would have been saved and Poland restored. Now, however, quote, "Russia will enter on a war of conquest, perhaps before a year is over, and Europe will have to fight minus France," end quote. Marx seconded Engels' remarks. Both Bismarck and Bonaparte were, quote, "mediocre scoundrels," end quote. Marx wrote to Kugelmann while following the day-to-day course of the war and predicted, should France use the period of the ceasefire to reorganize her armies and give the war a, quote, "truly revolutionary character," end quote, Prussia might still take an unexpected beating. February 4th, 1871. Moreover, if she continued to hold out, foreign governments would certainly be induced to support her cause. To Lafargue, Marx remarked on a change in popular sentiment in England where the Gladstone ministry seemed to be poised for a fall. Quote, "It may be kicked out. The public opinion here is now again warlike to the highest degree. This change has been worked by Prussia's demands, ... John Bull sees in this a menace against England and a Russian intrigue, quote, and these demands have indeed been suggested to Prussia by the St. Petersburg cabinet," end quote. February 4th, 1871. Engels reported to the Council on the international progress in Europe and America. The trade unions in Birmingham and Manchester were now directly affiliated with the International Workingmen's Association. 50 of their German members were under arrest. He understood the necessity of forming a proletarian party in each country, everywhere with individual political programs. Quote, "Universal suffrage gives us an excellent means of action in Parliament, an excellent basis for propaganda making," end quote, he stated, April 13th, 1871. Marx in turn reported on the police persecutions in Germany and Austria and on the activities of the council member August Serveillet in Paris. Marx said that recognition of the French Republic was the precondition of social change in France. Quote, "If that did not succeed, all the rest must fail. France was internationally paralyzed, and at home too, while Prussia had Russia at her back," end quote. Minutes. February 14th, 1871. On March 7th, Marx communicated to the Council a letter received from the New York Committee which repeated its desire to function as the Central Committee for the North American sections. After lengthy debate, it was decided to recognize this committee as representatives of only those groups who actually had delegates in it. Marx was charged with composing a letter which would encourage the Americans to do their utmost to promote the IWA activities. From March 21st, 1871 onwards, the Council discussed the recent proclamation of the Paris Commune. Engels gave a report describing conditions in Paris. The Council appointed a delegation to attend a Republican meeting in London in support of the Communards. The Paris Journal, organ of the French police, published a forged letter which purported to show that Marx, as le grand chef de l'Internationale, was dissatisfied with the actions of the French IWA members in the Commune, and that they dealt excessively with political questions while neglecting the social. On March 23, 1871, Marx answered these calumnies with declarations published in the Volksstadt and other German and French journals. It is only natural, he wrote, for the responsible figures in the old society to feel threatened by the movement of the working class and to see the International, inasmuch as it was the instrument of the working class, as their common enemy. In their minds, therefore, quote, every good means used to destroy this enemy is good, end quote. In a letter published on April 4, 1871, in the London Times, Marx replied to accusations that the Commune had been organized from London. Seraillet wrote to the Council that the reactionary opposition had been spreading the rumor of Marx's leadership in the Commune. Quote, le mot d'ordre of the reactionaries is that Marx commands the French members of the IWA, calls them to strike in order to increase wages and make German competition easier. It's stupid, but nevertheless the Council ought to reply to it, end quote. March 30th, 1871. Leo Frankel also wrote on March 30th to announce his election to the Commune's Labor and Exchange Commission and asked for Marx's advice, which, quote, would be very valuable for the committee, end quote. In contrast to the rumors being spread by the French police, the Prussian agents in France made it known that Marx was an agent of Bismarck. See Marx to Liebknecht, April 4th, 1871. Lafargue wrote from Paris that although the Commune enjoyed much popular interest and enthusiasm, it lacked leaders. Quote, couldn't Engels come here to put his talents at the disposal of the revolution, end quote? He asked, April 8th, 1871. In a letter to Kugelmann, Marx evaluated the Commune's goals and the behavior of its participants, whose heroism, historical initiative, selflessness he found admirable, their chief fault being, quote, good-naturedness, end quote. The original error, Marx thought, was to delay in declaring war on the Versailles government. Quote, held back by scruples, they missed the right movement, end quote. Then they prematurely abandoned the Central Committee to make way for the Commune, quote, again because of such, quote, high-principled, end quote, conscientiousness. Be that as it may, the present uprising in Paris, is the most glorious deed of our party since the June insurrection, end quote. In short, the Commune demonstrated for Marx that the precondition of a genuinely popular revolution in Europe was not the transfer of state power from one hand to another, but the destruction of the entire military bureaucratic apparatus. April 12, 1871. In a second letter to Kugelmann on the Commune, he discussed the role of contingency in revolution. Quote, world history would indeed be an easy affair if the fight were taken up only under the condition of infallibly favorable chances, end quote. As part of the contingency which makes or breaks each revolutionary attempt, Marx noted the individual character of the leaders. Should chance favor the Commune or not, this fight had nevertheless brought the class struggle to a new phase of development. Quote, no matter how the affair may immediately turn out, a historically significant new starting point has been won, end quote. April 17, 1871. Seraillet announced to the Commune in April that he had been elected to the Commune, second arrondissement. Frankel reported that he had been chosen to the Executive Commission in his capacity as delegate of the Department of Labor and Exchange. Frankel again asked Marx for his advice and then remarked, quote, the few lines of your last letter attest to your willingness to aid all peoples, all working men and especially the Germans, in understanding that the Paris Commune has nothing in common with the renowned German rural commune. In so doing, you will have performed a great service for our cause, end quote. April 25th, 1871. Frankel. During a period of ill health in April and May 1871, Marx was unable to attend the council meetings, but he prepared instead an address on the Commune, which he had promised for the end of May 1871. Meanwhile, in council, Engels reported on the military situation of the Paris government, which he described as, quote, good, adding that their defense was strengthening. The celebration of Robert Owen's centenary caused Engels to remark on Owen's merits as a socialist thinker and activist that, quote, there were things to be found in his writings that had yet not been superseded, end quote. He had been the first of his class to put a stop to the shameful system of female and child labor in the factories. Minutes, May 19th, 1871. May 9th, 1871. On May 23rd, 1871, in announcing that he would present his address at the coming council session, Marx told the members he anticipated the end of the Commune. However, momentary defeat did not exclude ultimate victory. Quote, the principles of the Commune were eternal and could not be crushed. They would assert themselves again and again until the working classes were emancipated, end quote. Minutes, May 23rd, 1871. Marx's address on the Civil War in France was read to the council and adopted unanimously without discussion on May 30th, 1871. In this animated piece of writing, Marx told the story of the events which turned Thiers' quote, government of national defense, end quote, into a, quote, government of national defection, end quote. Fighting not the Prussian invaders, but the working people of Paris, he attacked with particular vehemence the figure of Louis Adolphe Thiers, a, quote, monstrous gnome, end quote, who had, quote, charmed the French bourgeoisie for almost half a century because he is the most consummate intellectual expression of their own class corruption, end quote. By capitulating to the Prussians, Thiers incited a civil war against Paris and the Republic. To his counter-revolution, quote, a slaveholders' rebellion, end quote, as Marx termed it, there was but one major obstacle, armed Paris, whose brave inhabitants resisted both the German assault and the new tyranny of the National Defense Government. When on March 18, 1871, the Thiers government had been driven from the capital and the Commune proclaimed, the new government represented not a simple takeover of the established state machinery for its particular purposes, but rather, quote, the cry of, quote, social republic, end quote, with which the revolution of February was ushered in by the Paris proletariat, did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The Commune was the positive form of that republic, end quote. Marx. The first act of the new government had been to suppress the standing army and substitute for the standing army the armed population. Quote, the Commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time, end quote. Moreover, it was to be the form representative of political organization in the great industrial centers. It restored the legitimate function of government to society's responsible agents, the people. On this basis, quote, universal suffrage was to serve the people, constituting communes, as individual suffrage serves every other employer in the search for the workman and manager in his business, end quote. A viable, flexible, working-class political form, the Commune of Paris was in no sense a reproduction of medieval communal organizations, and the Commune's purpose was to accomplish the necessary changes in production relations to make cooperation and free association, of labor, in labor, possible. This form was in time to be extended to, quote, even the smallest country hamlet, end quote, Marx added. In the first draft of his address, Marx formulated the Commune's standpoint as regards state power even more explicitly, using a phrase later omitted in the published text. The revolution of the communards, he wrote, was directed not against the form of state power, but, quote, against the state itself, this supranationalist abortion of society, end quote, and was, quote, a resumption by the people, for the people of its own social life, end quote. Marx, The Civil War in France. Peking, 1966. Nowhere in his writings is the nature of the Commune defined as clearly as it is here, although other statements presuppose such a conception of the Paris events, such as the following comment taken from the final manuscript, quote, the very existence of the Commune involved, as a matter of course, local municipal liberty, but no longer as a check upon the now superseded state power, end quote. Finally, although the nature of the commune was recognized to represent a certain degree, a certain progress beyond state organization, the working men of Paris were not so blinded by the thought of realizing a communist society as to ignore the immediate struggles and the long historical development which lay ahead of them. Their task was to create, quote, utopia, utopia, end quote, but to set, their task was not to create, quote, utopia, end quote, but to set free the elements of the new society with which the old collapsing bourgeois society itself was pregnant, end quote. This then had been the, quote, historic mission, end quote, of Paris's communards. Their untimely defeat did not signal the, quote, final repression of new society upheaving, but the crumbling into dust of bourgeois society, end quote. Following the fall of the Commune and the bloody executions and trials of the communards, Marx continued to collect materials and documents relating to the events there. Apart from this, he devoted himself with great intensity to the welfare of the Commune refugees in London. On June 13, 1871, in the London Times, a notice appeared, which had been prepared by Marx and Engels and exposed the plans of Jules Favre, Thiers' foreign minister, to have the members of the IWA hunted down by all the governments of Europe. Favre's plans, made public in a circular on June 6, 1871, contained statements concerning the IWA which only created indefensible fabrications of the police prosecutors under the Empire. There was an immediate uproar in the bourgeois press against the IWA as soon as the address on the Civil War appeared. June 13, 1871. Marx announced to Kugelmann that the address, quote, is making a hell of a noise, and I have the honor of being, at this moment, the best calumniated and most menaced man in London. At this moment, the best calumniated and the most menaced man in London, end quote. Marx, June 18, 1871. In a letter to the Daily News on June 23rd, he openly acknowledged the authorship of the address and assumed the sole responsibility for the accusations against Jules Favre and co. Absorbed in these practical and political activities, Marx was unable to pursue at great length his theoretical work on capital. Thanking Danielson for material on property relations in Russia, he informed Danielson that he wished to rewrite Chapter 1 of the first volume, which Danielson was in the process of translating. He had also found it necessary to undertake a thorough revision of the material for the subsequent volumes. Finally, certain pertinent documentation, in particular on American property relations, had not yet reached him, and this had also delayed his work. On July 3, 1871, he granted an interview to the London correspondent of the New York newspaper, The World, which was published on July 18, 1871. Marx spoke about the Paris Commune and the relations of the IWA to this insurrection, quote, made by the workmen of Paris, end quote. The International, he explained, was neither a secret conspiratorial organization nor a central proletarian government, but an organizational form, quote, which gives the greatest play to local energy and independence. In fact, the International is not properly a government for the working class at all. It is a bond rather than a controlling force, end quote. Speaking of the IWA's goals, quote, the economic emancipation of the working class by the conquest of political power, end quote, and the means to achieve them, Marx stated that legal means lay open to English workers. Quote, insurrection would be madness where peaceful agitation would more swiftly and surely do the work, end quote. However, where repressive laws and police interference prevent the wage earners from organizing and assembling, the violent solution of social war, end quote, is inevitable. Strikes he interpreted as expressions of the emancipation movement in face of the, quote, moral, end quote, opposition of the authorities. The calumnies of and falsifications about the IWA were expressions of the resistance to the new social force. This latter statement was most ironically confirmed by the reporting of a second interview Marx granted on July 20th, 1871 to the New York Herald's London correspondent. The published account of their conversation, August 8th, 1871, prompted Marx to deny immediately, quote, all and every responsibility for the statements attributed to me in that report, of what I am reported to have said. One part I said differently, and another I never said at all, end quote. August 17, 1871. These falsifications of Marx's thoughts on the IWA, the class struggle and the Commune, were reprinted in part in the Paris newspaper Le Gaulois, on August 22nd, 1871. During the days of the actual Commune, the American ambassador in Paris, Elihu B. Washburn, had played, quote, politics, end quote, with the leaders of the new government, assuring them of his sympathy and favor, while declaring to the bourgeois press that they were, quote, rebels who well deserved their fate, end quote. Marx exposed Washburn's treacherous behavior in letters to the editors of various IWA organs. July. He commented on this phenomenon of lies produced by the modern press in a letter to Kugelmann on July 27th. Quote, up to now it was thought that the Christian myths during the Roman Empire had been possible only because the printing press had yet to be invented. The daily press and the telegraph, which spread their fabrications over the entire surface of the earth, in an instant, create more myths, in a day than could be produced earlier in a century, end quote. July 27th, 1871. There was no end to the scandalous lies. On July 30th, the Berlin National Zeitung, organ of the Prussian government, published a statement to the effect that, quote, socialist agitators, end quote, Marx among them, were enriching themselves at the expense of the unsuspecting working class. Marx's rejoinder appeared on the 26th of April in the London Public Opinion, one of several journals which had taken up these lies in their columns. He underlined the fact that all the members of the General Council, except this General Secretary, worked entirely without remuneration. In a precarious state of health, due to overwork and excitement, Marx spent a fortnight by the sea in Brighton before the IWA conference scheduled for September 17, 1871 in London. On September 9, 1871, the Council adopted an agenda for this conference to which only a limited number of sections had been invited. Marx was delegated to prepare the Council's report, but circumstances prevented him from doing so in writing, and he delivered it orally at the close of the meeting. Topics before the conference members included the organization of the IWA in countries where it was prohibited, manifestos against government persecutions, the power of the delegates of the General Council, new translations of the statutes. At the first session on September 17th, Marx emphasized the private nature of their gathering and gave 3 reasons for its being closed. First of all, the association must take steps to reorganize in view of the measures being taken against it in several European countries. Secondly, it must reply to the provocations of these governments. Lastly, the Swiss conflict must be resolved. At the third session, Marx took the floor on a proposition which would create new sections of the IWA, reserved exclusively for female members. He said that it was very important for women to be able to form such sections as they wished, since they preferred to discuss among themselves. Quote, women play a very great role in life, end quote. He added, quote, they work in the factories, they participate in the strikes, in the commune, etc. They are more zealous than men, end quote. This proposition for all female sections was adopted without objection. 1 second. Where the hell am I? At the first session of September 17, 1871, Marx emphasized the private nature of their gathering and gave 3 reasons for its being closed. First of all, the association must take steps to reorganize in view of the measures being taken against it in several European countries. Secondly, it must reply to the provocations of these governments. Lastly, the Swiss conflict must be resolved. At the third session, Marx took the floor on a proposition which would create new sections. Okay. I realize I'm rereading that. Okay. A discussion was held on Edward Vaillant's proposition that political abstention is contrary to the letter and spirit of the IWA. Marx seconded Vaillant, saying that, quote, faulty abstention, end quote, had contributed to the defeat of the Commune by permitting a majority of Bonapartists and intriguers to establish a dictatorial committee in Paris. Quote, the movement in France failed because it had not been sufficiently prepared, end quote. September 20th, 1871. The discussion on political activism continued into the next session on September 22nd, 1871. Marx spoke at length on the history of abstentionism as propagated by utopianists and sectarian thinkers. He stressed that the IWA should actively defy all governments which attacked and persecuted them. Quote, we must say to them, you know you represent force armed against the proletarians. We'll have recourse to peaceful means to oppose you where possible, and to arms when that be necessary, end quote. At the same session, the conference was addressed by the commission charged with investigating the Swiss conflict. Speaking for the commission, Marx said that the alliance statutes were contrary to the principles of the IWA and seconded the statement of Delegate Uten, condemning both secret societies and Bakunin's activities in Russia. For the rest, Marx said that he had great confidence in the Russian social movement. Quote, secret societies are useless in Russia, end quote, where the IWA is accessible to the working class and where, quote, associative spirit is high, solidarity great, and the people enjoy ample individual liberty, end quote. At the final session on September 23rd, 1871, Marx declared that he was opposed to the formation of secret societies, even in countries where working men's organizations was prohibited. Mystical and authoritative, secret societies were a danger to the spirit in which the association was founded and, quote, in complete contradiction to the proletarian movement, end quote. A last word was spoken at this session on the conspiratorial activities of Bakunin and his relations with Nechayev. Marx proposed that he be given an opportunity to justify his actions and extracts from the records of the Nechayev trial be published. At the conclusion of the conference, a banquet was held to commemorate the IWA's 7th anniversary. Marx spoke to those in attendance on the nature of the movement, which had led to the creation of an international working-class society. Its uniqueness lay in its popular character and the maturity of the present conditions found in Western industrial countries. Quote, the organized persecutions by the governments against the international are comparable to those persecutions in ancient Rome whose victims were the first Christians, end quote. He added, the task of the international would continue, therefore, to be the organization and coordination of the working forces for the future combat. September 25th, 1871. The Euro Federation in Switzerland, which was under Bakunin's influence, did not let the event of the closed London conference pass without comment. It immediately convoked a congress at Chernivtsi on November 12th, 1871, following which a circular was issued to the federations of the IWA in all countries. This circular accused the General Council of wanting to impose its, quote, personal doctrines, end quote, on the IWA, and repudiated the resolutions of the conference, which tended to transform the international into a, quote, hierarchic and authoritarian regime of disciplined sections. It demanded, moreover, that a full plenary IWA Congress be called immediately. The Federation declared itself opposed to all directive authority, quote, even if this authority is elected by and has the consent of the working men, end quote. In a letter to Bolta, a secretary of the American Federal IWA Council, Marx observed that the fight against sectarianism within the International was not yet finished. After replying to the Proudhonists and the Lassalleanists, Marx was now exposed to attacks of, quote, Bismarckianism, end quote, and, quote, pan-Germanism, end quote, from the Bakuninists, whereby, quote, the crime consists in the fact that the English and French elements are dominated, exclamation point, in matter of theory, by the German element, and find this domination, i.e., German science, very useful and even dispensable, end quote. November 23rd, 1871. In a postscript to this letter, Marx differentiated between, quote, isolated economic movements, end quote, e.g. the movement for a shorter working day in a single factory, and the, quote, political movement of the working class, end quote, e.g. the fight for an 8-hour labor law.
Marx's daughter Jenny provided the Kugelmann family with a long and detailed account of their political activities in London at the end of the year. She described the misery of the commune refugees and their difficulties in finding work, lodging, etc. Quote, "They are literally dying in the streets of this great city," end quote. She told her friends, quote, "This city which has developed to its highest perfection the principle chacun pour soi." I don't know what the hell that means. December 21st to 22nd, 1871. After 5 months of aid to the banished communards, the funds of the IWA were now exhausted. Jenny was herself out of work since the Munros, whose children she tutored, had discovered her relation to the chef pétrolier, head troublemaker, who defended the, quote, insane commune movement, end quote. New section, 1872. In January, Marx finished revising the text for the second German edition of Capital, Volume 1, and sent the manuscript to the publisher Meissner. The new edition was not brought out until 1873. In the meanwhile, he had succeeded through Longuet and the Lafargues in finding a French publisher for a translation of the first volume. Maurice Lachat was to publish Capital in a series of separate booklets, with the author carrying the costs of printing and materials, while Joseph Roy was contracted to do the translation. In need of financial support for this new venture, Marx turned to his cousin Auguste Philips in Amsterdam, but received a categorical refusal, couched in the words, quote, "If it's necessary, I am prepared to help you, my friend and relative, even with money, but for your political or revolutionary purposes, I shall not do the same," end quote. For the last time, Marx devoted considerable effort and attention to IWA activities. Engels, too, since his move from Manchester, was fully absorbed in the International and served as Foreign Secretary for Spain and Italy. Since the two men were in close daily contact, the work of the one often reflected the thought or the inspiration of the other. In answer to the reproachment of, quote, authoritarianism directed at the council by the Bakuninist Carlo Terzaghi of Turin, Engels rejected the attempt to equate, quote, authority with, quote, evil in a letter to Terzaghi himself. Quote, "I know nothing more authoritarian than a revolution, and when you impose your will on others with bombs and bullets, then it seems to me that authority is being exerted, ... Do what you want with authority, etc., after the victory, but for the battle itself we have to collect all our forces and concentrate them on a single point of attack," end quote. Engels, January 14th to 15th, 1872. After a number of calumnies against Marx had appeared in the London Weekly, the National Reformer, Council member John Hales answered their author Charles Bradlaugh's portrayal of Marx as the, quote, grand chef du Council, with a letter to the editor of the Eastern Post. In fact, the council had no hierarchy of officers, Marx had no more important a position than the others, and, quote, he would be the first to protest if one assumed that he occupied a higher position, end quote. February 3rd, 1872. Marx also replied later in 1871-72 to Bradlaugh that with 3 letters to the editor of the Eastern Post. The internal struggles of the IWA finally introduced Marx and Engels to compose a, quote, private manifesto, end quote, which was quietly distributed to the council's supporters among the sections, entitled Fictitious Splits in the International. This circular reviewed the history of the alliance, Bakunin's career as a pan-Slavist and racist, his maneuvers to bring the IWA under his, quote, personal dictatorship, and the demands made by the anarchists in the Sanvier circular of November 1871. The authors replied at length to the anarchist accusations of, quote, authoritarianism, end quote, and, quote, centralization in the organization of the IWA, and depicted the alliance as a sectarian group, useful and logical only, quote, at a time when the proletariat is not yet developed sufficiently to act as a class, end quote. Constructive at the outset of the movement, such sects constrict the more mature working class. Behind Bakunin's, quote, sectarianism, however, was nothing more than anarchism, and he proclaimed that anarchism within the ranks of the IWA was, quote,
the most infallible means of breaking the powerful concentration of social and political forces in the hands of the exploiters, end quote. The ruling powers themselves could never have imagined anything more suitable for assuring the continuance of the existing order. This paper, written in French, was adopted by the Council on March 5, 1872, and published in June 1872 in Geneva. The Council engaged in a lengthy debate on the American sections during March, when it was decided that the existence of two federal councils conflicted with the IWA statutes. Moreover, in future, all new American sections must be composed of at least two-thirds wage earners. This was because, quote, the social conditions of the United States, though in many other respects most favorable to the success of the working class movement, peculiarly facilitate the intrusion into the international of bogus reformers, middle-class quacks, and trading politicians, end quote. Late in March 1872, a 3,000-copy first Russian edition of Volume 1 of Capital appeared in St. Petersburg. Within 6 weeks, about 1,000 copies had been sold. The Tsar's censure committee passed it without alteration because of the text's obtuseness and its strict scientific argumentation. See Marx de Zorga, June 21, 1872. Marx was appointed by the Council to a committee whose task was to write a protest address against the police terrorism menacing the IWA sections in Ireland. The address was read in Marx's absence by J.P. MacDonald on April 9, 1872. The spread of the International to Ireland, it explained, threatened to end antagonisms between Irish and English workingmen, an advance which the British government opposed by resorting to police chicaneries. The so-called liberal British governed Ireland, quote, in a truly Prussian way, under what is called the Free British Constitution, end quote. During May 1872, Marx was in the process of correcting the proofs for the second edition of Capital, Volume 1, along with Roy's French translation of the same work. He had been obliged to rewrite much of Capital to make it comprehensible to a French audience. He also received the proofs of the Civil War in France, which came out in June 1872 in a first edition of 9,000 copies. To Danielson, who had sent a copy of the Russian edition of Capital, Marx praised the translation as, quote, masterful. By contrast, Roy's work had been much too literal, and Marx had much to do to correct it. Quote, I am so overworked, and in fact so many things interfere with my theoretical studies that after September I shall withdraw from the commercial concern, bracket IWA, end bracket, which at this moment weighs on my shoulders principally and has, as you know, ramifications all over the world. Me est modus in rebus. I don't fucking know what that means. And I can no longer afford, for some time at least, to combine two sorts of business of so very different character. End quote. May 28, 1872. Marx also requested from Danielson any information on Bakunin's influence in Russia and on his role in the Nechayev affair. Once again, Marx found himself the object of slanderous attacks in the press. An anonymous article appeared in the Berlin newspaper Concordia on the 7th of March under the heading, quote, How Karl Marx Quotes, end quote. In this article, this article was in actuality written by a German economist, Lujo Brentano, in an attempt to discredit Marx's scientific and scholarly reputation and, quote, proved that Marx had falsified material used in the IWA inaugural address. Marx repudiated these statements in a letter published in Leibniz's journal Der Volksstaat on June 1, 1872. Brentano's attack continued with a second article on July 4, 1872, to which Marx again replied in Der Volksstaat on August 7, 1872. After Marx's death, Brentano, in 1890, began his slanders afresh, and Engels wrote a refutation which appeared between December 1890 and February 1891 and was entitled, quote, On the Brentano Affair Against Marx for Alleged Falsification of Quotations, a Historical Account with Documentation, end quote. Marx was eagerly anticipating the next Congress of the International, which, as he wrote to Cesar de Pape on May 28, 1872, would, quote,
mark the end of my slavery. After that I am going to become a free man again and shall accept no further administrative function, neither in the General Council nor in the British Federal Council." End quote. The Congress was proposed for the next Monday in September. The principal subject of discussion was to be the IWA's organization and was divided into two parts. 1. The rights and duties of the federal councils. 2. Those of the General Council. On June 11th, in council, Marx stated that he would support a motion to abolish the General Council altogether, quote, "but under no circumstances would he accept the proposition of Bakunin to retain the General Council and make it a nullity." End quote. Minutes, June 11th, 1872. On June 10th, 1872, the Euro Federation published a bulletin in answer to the fictitious splits, which consisted of attacks by Bakunin and several of his followers on Marx and Lafargue. In face of, quote, "Marxian calumny," end quote, "Marxian law," and, quote, "Marxian politics," end quote, Bakunin demanded the right to defend himself at the next Congress. The authors of this bulletin repeated their argument that the General Council was of no use to the working class movement, underlined the Council's authoritarian nature, and wrote off Marx as a, quote, "metaphysician or abstractor of the quintessence," end quote, who had, quote, "habits of mind which seemed to have remained with him from the Hegelian school," end quote. In a letter from Marx to Zorga on June 21st, 1872, seems to have presaged the importance of the Hague Congress. For Marx wrote emphatically, quote, "The next Congress will be a matter of life and death for the International. You and at least one other person, if not two, must come," end quote. On June 21st, Marx and Engels proposed a short preface to the second edition of the Communist Manifesto, published this year in Leipzig. Referring to the experience of the Commune, the first attempt by the proletariat to hold political power, the authors declared that recent events made the manifesto at least in part out of date. Quote, "One thing essentially was proved by the Commune, that, quote, the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes," end quote. Vaillant proposed to the Council on July 23rd that the resolution of the London Conference on the necessity of political action be incorporated into the statutes. Marx and Engels seconded this proposal. Then Marx moved that the statutes be amended to require that each section contain 3/4 wage earners in order to prevent the infiltration of bourgeois elements. Both proposals were carried. Jenny Marx repeated her father's desire to retire from the IWA after the next Congress when writing to Ludwig Kugelmann. On June 27th, 1872. Quote, "But until then he is still going to have an enormous lot of work both within the Council and without to prepare for the great battle which will be fought out at the next Congress in Holland," end quote. Marx wrote himself to Kugelmann on July 29th, 1872, to urge his friend's attendance, and remarked that before he left the International he wanted, quote, "at last to protect it from the destructive elements," end quote. While compiling his material against Bakunin, Marx asked Danielson to obtain for him a reputedly menacing letter written by Bakunin or under his directives to the Swiss representative of the St. Petersburg editor, who had advanced him a large sum of money on his translation of Capital. August 15th, 1872. Late in August 1872, 6 delegates for the Hague Congress were selected by the Council, and Marx, who was among them, was also charged with writing the Council's annual report. From Uten, Marx received information on the Nechayev trial. From Lyubovin, the desired threatening letter written on Bakunin's behalf. With this material, Marx put together a new report for the Congress on the alliance and Bakunin. Accompanied by his wife and daughter Eleanor, Marx arrived in The Hague on September 1st, 1872, for a consultation on matters of procedure for the actual Congress sessions. He was elected to a committee in charge of verifying the delegates' credentials, which met from September 2nd to 4th. On September 3rd, Marx moved that a special commission be appointed to examine the affair of the alliance. The matter was placed on the agenda following the examination of the mandates. Marx kept up a steady attack against the alliance during these preliminary sessions. At the first public session of the official Congress on September 5th, Marx's report was read in 5 languages. Here, particular attention was paid to the influence of the IWA in creating an attitude of internationalism among the French and German workers, and mentioned the many conflicts in which the IWA was involved: defensive wars against the European governments, the Franco-Prussian War, and the Civil War in France. Thanks to the International, the working class had at once recognized the significance for its movement of the Paris Commune. On the 6th of September, discussion was opened on the question of the powers of the General Council. Marx spoke in favor of extending the Council's powers by permitting it to suspend federal councils as well as individual sections. He added that he would prefer seeing the Council abolished than turned into a, quote, letterbox, end quote, as Bakunin proposed. Quote, the General Council has neither an army nor a budget, nor has it any moral authority, and will always be impotent if not based on the consensus of the whole association, end quote. The same day, Engels proposed in the name of 10 other council members that the General Council be transferred from London to New York, where, quote, the party is more truly international than anywhere else, end quote. His motion was passed by 26 votes to 23. Shortly thereafter, a closed session of the committee charged with the alliance question was convened. Engels read the report which Engels had prepared, and the latter took the floor to argue that the alliance had never ceased to exist as a secret society within the IWA, that Bakunin was involved with dubious persons, witness his letter to Lyubovin and his relation with Nechayev. The committee concluded thereupon that although the alliance evidently existed as a secret group within the International, the actual proof furnished was insufficient, that Bakunin had used fraudulent means to obtain the goods of others, and that therefore his expulsion was justified. That Bakunin's associates in the Euro Federation should be expelled for belonging to a secret society, the Alliance. The resolution of the London Conference on the political action of the proletariat was adopted into the statutes of the International Workingmen's Association on September 7, 1872. The new General Council in New York was chosen by the Congress delegates, and then finally at the very close of the Congress, the Commission's proposals to exclude Bakunin and 5 others were passed by a majority of 42 members present. On the 8th, the Amsterdam section of the IWA held a meeting which was attended by many of the Hague delegates. Speaking partly in Dutch, partly in French, Marx summed up the results of the Congress and emphasized the importance of the political along with the social fight carried on by the working class. In order to establish a new organization of labor, it must seize political power by methods which would differ from country to country. In some, notably America and England, it was possible that the proletariat would achieve its goals by peaceful means. In others, quote, it is violence that must be the ferment of our revolutions. At a certain moment, we shall have to call upon violence in order to establish the reign of labor, end quote. Marx also defended the authority of the General Council, which, since all its decisions were subject to the agreement of the federations, carried only moral weight. He closed with an appeal to the IWA's fundamental principle, solidarity of the working class. Only when this life-saving principle of the proletarian organization had been secured among all the workers of the world would they be able to achieve their goal. As for itself, quote, the rest of my life will be dedicated, as all my past effort has been, to the triumph of the social ideas which some day, and let us hold this one conviction, will bring about the universal rule of the proletariat, end quote. Although now freed of his responsibility in the General Council, Marx remained for some time the object of attacks and slanders in the press and the English Federal Council of the IWA. In a letter to Danielson on December 12, 1872, In a letter to Danielson on December 12, 1872, Marx said that he feared an act of revenge from Bakunin and his friends and warned Danielson that, quote, these fellows are capable of every dirty trick, end quote. The Alliance had begun a war of defamation against Marx and his supporters, hoping to split the IWA into 2 camps. Quote, yet their final defeat is certain, end quote, Marx wrote, and, quote, will help us at the very least to clear the association of the undesirable or imbecile elements which have managed to force their way in here and there, end quote. Marx, 1872. In the same letter, Marx requested biographical material on Chernivtsi, whose writings he wished to propagate in the West. Lopatin recalled in his autobiography,
of 1922, that Marx had great respect for Chernivtsi, whom he held to be the only contemporary economist with original ideas. See Reminiscences of Marx and Engels, page 202. Marx also disclosed to Danielson that he intended to deal with the Russian form of landed property in Volume 2 of Capital. In the meanwhile, he was extremely busy correcting proofs in the French translation of Volume 1. He was assigned in the latter task by Charles Longuet, who had married Marx's daughter Jenny on October 10th. It's the end of the chapter, Karl Marx, 1864 to 1872. I know that was a little long. Thanks for listening.